for not even really a late start, a later start, half an hour, still within my usual slot, but a bit different from what was expected. Just give me a quick second here. I'm gonna tab out. Oh, this is wonderful. It looks like the music does not cut out now when I... Oh, never mind. Spoke too quickly. So, as you will notice, we have got Age of Wonders Planetfall Revelations on deck tonight. So, thank you very much to Paradox, Triumph, Max. Thank you for the key. As always, you may be making a decision as to whether or not you want to buy this game. I always like to say that as much as I appreciate and value the keys, and especially opportunities to play this stuff ahead of time, I'd like to think that my opinions are not bought so cheaply, but do keep that in mind. There is these interests in mind, and it's important to disclose them, and obviously I leave it to your judgment to decide whether or not they will... they'll be at play in terms of what's going on here. I've not touched this at all. So the last time I played Age of Wonders Planetfall, I knew that this was coming up, but embargoes are tricky things, and rather than even run the risk of violating it, I accepted the key and didn't even put it on Steam. Embargo lifted today. The game will be coming out tomorrow. If you would like to buy it, you can use a humble link. I've got that down below, or you can do !game. If you've already bought the season pass, you'll be getting this. There are going to be 3 DLC for this game and its seasons pass, it looks like. And this is the first one. We don't know what will be contained in the others. This also means that the campaign that we did last week, that's going to be on hold for a little bit. Just I'd like to sort of see what's in the new DLC. But that doesn't mean that we won't be coming back to it. So wanted to take an opportunity to give everyone reassurances. Now I have mixed feelings. This is wonderful music, and I'm liking the new art and all of that, but the opening music the main theme music for base Planetfall was really strong. So I have a little mixed feelings about the new music here. It's very good though. So is there anything else to say? Just quick reminder that the the Elder Scrolls playthroughs, those are still going to be going on Tuesdays. This will be the first week since Twitch has canceled the Premiere system, so there might be a little bit of rockiness in terms of getting that started tomorrow, but that should be starting at about 7. And as for the rest, let's save it for later, because I really want to see what's in Revelations. So, to be honest with you, I actually haven't taken that much of a look at the sort of the material. Normally there are wikis for Paradox games, so Age of Wonders Planetfall wiki. Yep, there's one here. So normally on these wikis they mention if you go to aowplanetfall.paradoxwikis.com/revelations, or just aowplanetfall.paradoxwikis.com, I know you can't see what I'm looking at here. You can just see my mouse moving, but I'm currently looking in the browser inside of Steam. So when it lists expansion features, Revelation sets in motion the return of the entombed Aztec dynasty, whose Heritor descendants aim to use ancient technology and reincarnate billions of followers across the galaxy, establishing divine rule. The Heritor wield strong entropy weapons that are effective against machines and can awaken ancient Aztec minds. I think we actually mentioned that it seemed like these guys would be good against machines earlier on, or maybe that was just in the advertising material. Claim ancient secrets or succumb to their power in a new campaign with tactical combat and in-depth empire building. Anomalous sites mechanics: explore 30+ mysterious sites filled with traps and powerful enemies to reap unique rewards and uncover great secrets. Encounter unique choices based on each faction or secret technology. Additional campaign missions. Experience the awakening of the Aztec dynasty and the rise of the Heritor descendants with 10+ hours of new content across 2 campaigns. New secret tech, Heritor. Use ancient Heritor technology to drain the essence of enemies, fueling the opportunity to use powerful abilities, create strong entropy weapons, and summon new units. Tomb World scenario. Challenge yourself to compete in this deadly new scenario where Heritor enemies create an onslaught of destruction. The scenario also includes a new multiplayer quest line to allow more players to join in on the action. The Forgotten NPC faction. Broken, insane, or otherwise unfit for Heritor's utopian society, the Forgotten were never meant to be resurrected. Threats to your empire. Reapers are robotic assassins created long ago to destroy those who were friendly to the Heritor cause. They now hunt all who walk the planet. Equally deadly are the Megasow and Piglets. I've seen screenshots of these, by the way, and they look fantastic. Bioengineer wildlife god rabid after the fall of the Star Union, which will devour anything in sight. And then locations, pickups, and mechanics. Visit an Essence Cache or an Aztec Well location to supply new combat effects or abilities for your units. The Holopad pickup provides diplomatic rewards and additional influence over allies and enemies. Take over Imperial defenses like the new Soul Beacon, Cluster Mine Launcher, or Firestorm Missile Silo to aid in combat. I'm worried a little bit that the music might be a bit too loud, but here's what we're going to do. Let's jump in. So we got Remnants of the Star Union. This is the one that we've been playing. Let's jump in. Oh! What did it say? Select campaign Revelations. Buried below the sands of time, an ancient dynasty is waiting to reclaim its legacy. So I'm hoping it doesn't have any tie-ins to the main campaign because we haven't actually finished that yet. But let's see what happens. Oh man, we'll also wind up playing the Syndicate. Interesting. Okay. One other possibility that we can work with here is if I do new scenario. This is the Tomb World. We could jump in and do one of these Aztec commanders right away. Actually, let's do that really quickly. So, guess we'll do custom then. Here's Heritor. The Heritor are scions of a theocratic dynasty known as the Aztec. Their ancient technology allows them to harness energy and prolong their lives. They seek to reincarnate billions of followers that lay entombed across the galaxy and reestablish their divine rule. Drain the essence of enemies and use it to fuel powerful abilities, wield strong entropy weapons, harness the power of essence, reincarnate ancient Aztec minds, strong attack against machines. Heritor assault equipment. So it looks like entropy is a new resource. Or not a new damage type. Okay. Oh, actually, here's one other question I have. With these new races, does the Heritor technology... I guess I wouldn't see that until I actually... So I'm curious... Yes, they did. So Angela Henningen has the Heritor, so there are new commanders. Okay, I think we're still going to do the campaign, but this is going to mean that I get an early look at the Syndicate, which I was actually kind of excited to try anyway. I just hope that it doesn't rely too much on my knowledge from the previous game, because we're still on the Kirko.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. House Pharaon was once great among the Syndicate, respected by its rivals and feared by its enemies. Until the unthinkable happened, and my grandfather brought poverty and shame to our family. We were dispossessed, banned from business, and our bloodline sold into slavery. I served our sentence as an indentured soldier, fighting foreign wars until my freedom would be earned. In my misery, I found the most unlikely of all companions, a re-enslaved Kirko. Though his fate was worse than mine, Patil Esran's spirits were high, and his will unbroken. He told me of the ancient Aztec who had chosen him as their prophet, and could lead my family to redemption. At first, I laughed at him, with liberated, indentured, and exiles continue to grow. We're now on our way to Obelisk 5, a planet once famous for its rich history and ruins, at least officially. But away from touristic attractions, adventurers and raiders from all across the Union followed the allure of the past and its secrets. According to Atil Esran, this is where the Aztec went into hiding many millennia ago. Obelisk 5 is in visual range. I see why so many treasure hunters were once drawn here. The entire planet seems to breathe mystery. Despite all this, the Aztec have never been found. Sounds like unearthing their history will require more than some old-fashioned tomb raiding.
Okay, so we're on a medium-sized Pangaea world, 28% land, 72% land, 28% water. Obviously, Pangaea, we probably won't need to worry about too much navigation by water. Well, that and the water percent. Find the legacy of the Aztec. The tip that it gives me as far as the Syndicate are a group of ruthless trading houses from the frontiers of the Empire. With the Star Union gone, they see a universe of opportunity. Arc weapons groups, psi weapons groups, indentured slave units ignore morale penalties, excellent stealth capabilities, and covert operations. So I usually don't do a lot of covert operations, but it gives me an opportunity to work on that. Then Void Tech. Void Tech warps the laws of physics, allowing the manipulation and teleportation of matter and energy. Command highly mobile units that can teleport and pass through obstacles, create temporal clones of units, destabilize and decelerate enemies, and use the arc and kinetic damage channels. So, and we've got Syndicate assault equipment, veteran, data depository. Okay, so pretty much the standard setup for the campaign. Well, like I said, I haven't played these guys before, so that is a really cool opening. The Silver Sparrow has landed and built its new nest. We scan this area from orbit. There are plenty of ruins to comb through. Finding the Aztec within the rubble will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. This is where you were at fault, my friend. When the Aztec religion was banned and my brothers and sisters went into hiding, we did not abandon our sanctuaries to be later stumbled upon by some lowly looters. Moving rocks is not going to do us any good without the insight of a true believer. Breaking the Aztec code is like solving a puzzle where the different pieces are revelations and the strings connecting them are the memories of the right people from the right era. I carry the aspect of Randolar in my mind, and his intuition is telling me that the next sign is close. Alright. I know we're a little short in terms of... Sorry, just give me a quick second here. I want to tab out. I know we're a little short on... Cool. Sorry, I just got a quick message. I also just want to double check that I am tagged up properly. I suspect that there's going to be a little bit of a lower viewership for tonight because everybody else is playing Age of Wonders Planetfall, but I do want to make sure that people can see. Yes. All right. Cool. I'm actually a little surprised that there aren't more people playing it right now. But that's fine. We will carry on when we can. Alright, you speak in riddles wrapped in thick layers of mystery. But we've been through too much hardship together to doubt your judgment in this moment of truth. Go and follow the path that is laid out before you while I wait for my mother and the rest of House Farron to join us down here on the surface. Also, for the first time in the last couple of days, I'm a little too hot, so let me just get my jacket off. And I'm going to switch to a blanket, and then we'll actually start playing the game. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay, the landing. Wait for the second mothership to land on Obelisk 5. Objectives, 1 mothership landed. Well, that doesn't sound like the most exciting thing to finish. First revelations. Bring Hadel Esrand to the place from his vision, and let him commune with the Aztec artifact. 1, commune with the hand of Remences. Okay. So, clearly... This is our first course of action. Silver Sparrow calling Crow's Nest. We made it down without complications and are setting up operations. So far, no hostiles detected. What's the status up there? Are the landing preparations progressing according to plan? So your bug friend didn't manage to get everybody killed yet. What a relief. Planetfall will proceed as scheduled, as had to be expected with someone capable in command. But for the last time, Marlock, stop using your childish code names. Now I am to be addressed as Lady Ista of House Farron. That is even ignoring the 18 honorary titles I inherited as head of our family. You mean the titles we were stripped of when we lost all of our property and privilege? If it wasn't for my bug friend, you would likely be eking out your existence as a more decadent pleasure girl. Guard your tongue, son. You were underestimating the influence I already had over Lord Ardelli. If you and your little rebellion hadn't intervened, I would have had him wrapped around my little finger soon enough. But speak no more. It is time for the lady of the House Farron to withdraw and prepare for her arrival. I really do like this. I didn't think that I would be paying too much attention to the story material in this, but I really like it. Okay, actually, let's level up my commander before we go too far. So what have we got here? We've got Pulse Repeater, 10 arc damage, Sci-Tech Grenades, Cripple. Okay, Pulse Repeater, pretty standard. Mind Control Immunity, Overwatch, Resurgence. So these are all pretty standard. Okay, so he doesn't really have all that much. He doesn't really have a ton to say. Yes, this is what I. He's basically a blank slate for me to work with. Now let's take a look at his other units. So we've got the Syndicate Overseer. We've got a Sci-Tech Staff, so I think melee unit. Psionic bypasses all armor affected by line of sight. No, it's not. Point the tip of the staff at a target enemy to fire blasts of psionic energy. It's got shields but not armor. Impose discipline. Indentured in this unit's army gain a 10% critical hit chance. Okay. Okay, then we've got the Indentured, who have Pulse Repeaters and Arc Power Blasts and Overwatch. So I think in this sense they're probably a little bit more similar to the Vanguard in this sense. And then we have the Syndicate Runner. Pulse Pistol, Arc Bolas, throw an Advanced Bowler to capture and immobilize units. Unit deals additional 25% when flanking, that's good to know. Immobilize, Defense Mode Shield, okay. Escape Module, when this unit's health drops below 0, they automatically teleport to a random position 3 hexes away and heal. Hey, Geek Patriot, how you doing? Heal for 15 can only happen once per battle. Okay, that's very cool. So these guys, I'm going to be sort of zipping around, hurting people. Universal Camouflage unit cannot be detected with standing on any hex. I'm very curious about that. Alright. So there's still a range benefit, and then all of these guys, I believe, count as light infantry. So if I want to upgrade this guy, infantry commander wouldn't be terrible, because there's a 10% benefit. Keen Sight gains Farsight and Agile Overwatch when using Overwatch. Operation Strength increased to 6 on operations that target sectors with this hero on them. Subterfuge gains Universal Camouflage. Void Bullets, ranged attacks ignore 50% of the penalties from cover and units in the way. So Void Bullets, okay, so let's do Infantry Commander. Oh, hang on. Archaeology Adept earns, their army earns 50% more XP from anomalous sites. Resource costs of choices and sites are reduced. Okay, I don't know exactly what's going on with Archaeology Adept, but that sounds pretty good. We'll take Void Bullets and then we'll save the point, so kind of a mix of new concepts as well. I'm not doing bad at all. I'm dealing with the fact that a bunch of other people are playing a game which is obviously in its sort of early look stage. So I have a feeling that we're going to have a little bit less of an audience. I mean, the challenge that I run into is that I still have to get through the main campaign. And so I'm not as experienced in terms of Age of Wonders Planetfall as everyone else. But I love the game so very much. And I am sufficiently intrigued by this story so far. Okay, aquatic deployment. The
sea is a maiden of many moods. Most of them murderous. Captain Peter Visser, Salty Bay Colony.
The random draw gives us the thing we never would have researched on our own, so fair enough. And energy development.
Electronic mechanisms employed by the Empire appear to have developed a passive-aggressive attitude towards abuse. If a device is mishandled, it may drain more energy than allotted in system specs. We suspect automaton activists to be responsible. Nonetheless, it's good to upgrade your infrastructure. Tate Oric, Productivity Conspiracist.
Okay. Planetfall objective report. I think this is just saying what we already know. Is this an early access? Is that what you're saying? No. It's so the embargo. So keys for this came out quite a while ago, and then but the embargo lifted today. So basically, a day before the thing has come out, streamers who have the key for it are able to, and like reviewers. So I'm pretty sure there are like reviews for the game out already. But the drawback with it is, of course, everybody sort of rushes in, and because I start a little bit later in the evening, I always know the starts for casts like this tend to be a little bit slower. But that's fine. It gives me a chance. The other thing too is it gives me a chance to like get all the mistakes out of the way. So you can win this map by finding the remnants of the old Aztec religion. Okay. And I know I'm supposed to give this guy orders first, but so they want me to start with. Interesting. So they want me to get more production rather than more growth. I've always sort of felt that it's better to have more people working the tiles. I think I'm going to ignore the advice here. I'm going to go for the central biofarm. Okay. I believe we will be able to annex as... Although I don't think we have enough. Yeah, we need more colonists. So as far as what it gives me, 2 food, 2 science. Everything sort of seems to give like a net 4. This has a hazard, so yeah, I mean, out of what's available, production's always nice to have. I do have the choice between the two here, but the fact there's a research station and whatnot, I'm inclined to go for this one. You got the third one for free. Never played it though. Age of Wonders 3, you mean? It's a decent game. This one is sufficiently different. I actually think I never really thought of it this way, but science fiction really suits this type of game very well. And one of the things that I think Triumph did a great job of, the factions in this are really... So, like, there's obviously some science fiction tropes and whatnot, but, like, the factions and just the ideas in this are really inventive. And then the campaign is really neat, too, because apparently you make choices... I haven't gotten to the end, so I don't know what the choices do, but apparently the choices you make in scenarios have consequences later on. So it's a nice original take on kind of the 4X style. Sort of my best accounting of what this game does, I kind of think of it like this, where XCOM gives you... Hey, the exception! Thank you very much for the resubscription. Let me just get the alert out of the way. But yeah, so where XCOM basically is the tactical game is in the driver's seat, and the strategic game sort of gives you things to do, like that will affect the tactical game. Like basically, you know, there's 2 halves to XCOM, but it's very clear that the turn-based move your units around part is really what drives this. Now, the tactical level to this game is great. It's very fun. But I would say that the strategic layer is kind of more in the driver's seat when it comes to the Age of Wonders game. And so I love XCOM, and I really love this series. I definitely am having the most fun with Age of Wonders Planetfall out of all of them. So yeah, it's definitely something that's up my alley, although I'm sure most of you probably have already figured out I really like games like this. So we're going to try the same thing that I did with the Vanguard faction. I'm just going to take a quick minute here and double check. So the Frenzied Kirko we sort of already know. They can throw up on people, so I want to keep people spaced out. Rending Claws definitely caused me some grief. I believe it also cancels shields, so these are a bit of a counter to my own folks. I basically don't want them to get anywhere near me. But we should be able to handle their problems. Oh, I do want to find out what this link is, though. Transferring pain. Okay. this is actually going to be a little bit of a problem then, because this guy in the back is going to be taking all of the damage. So what I want to be doing actually is I want to move my army to a point where, so if I try to set up the Overwatch on these guys, they're going to suck up all of the damage and they're just going to laugh at me. So let's also see what this assembly unit's about. So I'm pretty sure, oh Jesus, they have an arc resistance. Okay. Scavenge spare parts, so I believe every time they... Okay, 6 after the battle. I was pretty sure that they heal... Yes, heals for 3 when attacking non-mineral, non-ethereal units. But the shotgun doesn't heal them. So... I want to keep these all at arm's length, but... So this isn't exactly going to give me cover. But it does give me a good position to take these guys on. So what I want to do right now is I want to basically set myself up. I want to set the tone by forcing them here. This means that if these guys want to come after these folks here, either one, they're going to be running through an area and I'm going to be moving moving my unit sort of up through here. So they're going to have to come out and around and we're going to be moving away from them. Or they need to backtrack a few of their moves, which is advantageous to me, obviously, because it just means that I'm going to have some more time to shoot them down. I might leave sort of a contingency back here. So again, their range is not too terrible. So if I do this, what kind of an Overwatch do I get? They're the really brave ones. Now, I'm fascinated by this universal camouflage. Cannot be detected when standing on any hex. Oh, you know what? This is absolutely a call for the bolas. So I'm going to use this character to ensnare the Kirko at the edge. I want to make sure that I don't put myself in a compromising position. So we'll send them out over here. Alright, and the Overseers, they don't have an Overwatch, so I probably just want to move them aggressively up, but again, I don't want to... Well, you know what? These guys are going to be doing... they're going to be running in and doing some damage anyway, so let's set you up. And then I'm just going to make sure... So I do want to make sure that my commander's got a decent Overwatch going on here. So the idea is that these guys are the bait for the assembly units to move in with. And we don't have operations, so we should be ready to go. Okay, so it looks like they are moving in. Oh, they're probably going to throw up, aren't they? So the problem is we're hitting them with weapons we're not very effective against them with. But looks like we're still getting what we need. So again, if I can... Smart. That's a shame about the Greys. So the real dilemma here is the fact that they are behind cover. See, it's a flank, but it's not a good one. Oh, this looks like it's a better chance, though. And what do you give me? Okay, so first things first, I want to make sure that this guy's not causing me any grief. Okay. First things first. So it won't do a lot of damage, which is not the point. It's to immobilize these guys. Alright, now this guy, let's see what we can do. The main focus here is actually just to get these guys' attention back towards my guy. If we can do a bunch of damage to them, excellent. But the main focus here is actually to just try and draw their attention back so that I can move one of my other units and get a flanking bonus on them again. Okay, that was actually a pretty respectable amount of damage anyway. So, I'm not crazy about the clustering here, but... Okay, fair enough. And looks like this is a good shot, so...
Enemy destroyed.
So normally I would be worried about these guys doing, I'd be worried about these guys doing, sort of vomit on these units. They've already used it once though, so we're in decent shape. I think at this point, what does this do? Arc Power Blast. High impact, stagger units, reducing action points and cancelling defensive modes, knockback, bonus critical hit chance, widespread. Interesting. Okay, I'm just going to move these guys up. Their purpose is over now, so instead we're just going to try and get the damage on the... So again, any damage that we do on this unit is going to be absorbed by this fellow, who can also do healing. So this is the priority target for now. Okay. So now, I want to see if I can get any flanks in. Well, doesn't count as a flank, it looks like, but... So these guys are in the way. I'm going to move them first. Nice aim there. So it says it's 40% chance to hit. You know what? We'll move them closer. This is a little wasteful because I do want to turn my attention to these folks afterwards, but let's make sure we take these guys out first.
Enemy eliminated. Okay,
so now an important thing is they are immobilized for one more turn. So I want to see if I can... Okay, well, first thing I probably want to do is toss the grenade. Who else do I have available? It's not a whole lot of people, so we'll rush our guys up. They are... Okay, can't use the ability for 2 turns. So we're not exactly in a great position right now. Again, we're all clustered up and whatnot, but we should be able to... We should be able to see or carry the day when all is said and done. I think I am going to try... I'm pretty sure this counts as cover against them, but... Obviously, it'd be nice to get the flanking bonus, but I don't really have a lot available. Oh, that's right. Hang on, they don't have any ranged units, so I was actually a little too cautious. So I thought this would count as flanked. So obviously, we need to seal the deal on these guys, because if we don't, then they're going to be able to use their claws. But Jesus Christ! All right. Let's get the professional in. I'm embarrassed for y'all. Alright, so it's entirely possible we are going to... Interesting. So what's the range on this thing? So I'm going to try and give this guy his action points back. Ooh, not far enough. Okay. So now I am in a little bit of a pickle. Because again, it's entirely possible that these guys are going to turn around and take me out. Yep, I should have set up for Overwatch instead. Fortunately, I don't think they're strong enough to be able to kill any of us. So we'll just give them a big penalty if they make a move. So the nice thing is that all the people that they'll immediately attack are at full health, so there's no reason why... Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean... That sucks, but it could have been worse. Oh, thank you very much, Geek Paper.
Right.
I should have...
Our forces are victorious.
I should have been reading chat for that, but the thing here is that one of the things that's nice about it is it helps me learn games. So this is brand new to me, right? I've never played this faction, but what's nice is if I make a prediction in terms of what a certain I'm doing this action for X. One way of looking at it, like if I fail, one possible reaction is, LOL, you idiot, you know, learn to play games. But I'm never too bothered about turning out to be wrong on this sort of stuff, because in the end, you know, I will be wrong temporarily, and then the game will, you know, I'll learn the game better and I'll improve. The drawback, and so it's a nice little way of keeping myself honest when it comes to trying to try and figure out a strategy. If, on the other hand, I don't give these public I mean, this is not the only reason why I do commentary. Obviously, if I don't have a camera, I need to have something to talk about. But the other thing about it is that if I don't give a statement in terms of what it is, and I obviously can't cover everything, it's really easy to sort of think of events that wind up being luck. It's sort of, you start to sort of feel a little entitled to your successes, and as a result, you don't necessarily learn as much. Now the thing is that I am this game isn't on, like, it's on the standard difficulty, which is, I think, called beginner. So like, I don't really feel like this game is necessarily going to smash me to bits. But again, it's not going to hurt. Like, if I say I'm doing X because I expect this outcome, when I start going to harder difficulties and those things turn out not to be true, I have a really direct mechanism to figure out where, where things went wrong. So anyways, thank you for the feedback. The time has come. They should be ready to descend. What's the situation, Mother? Will Lady Ista of House Farron bless this planet with her presence? Why do I detect a note of cynicism in your voice? I hope you won't continue to disappoint me with lapses of this kind. The ship is ready for planetfall. We'll be going down in 3, 2, 1. The transmission is suddenly cut, and all you can hear are static noises. Mother? What happened? Respond for the love of your 18 titles. Nothing, damn it. We need to quickly gather a rescue party and check the landing site.
Objective completed.
Landing site for the second ship. All right. So this will give me a chance to, if I want to fight, I should go against these guys. My guys do need to heal a little bit, but this will give me some resources. What's the penalty? You know what? I actually think this isn't a terrible use of my move, seeing as I'm going to wind up in roughly the same spot anyway. So I want to be a little careful on my guy's health here, and these are melee units, so it's going to be a little bit of a struggle, but obviously I want to go make sure my mum's okay. Okay, so we've got the Hoppler. Okay, I think these guys are basically the same thing. They jump. Okay, they're not exactly the same thing. Obviously, there's a big health difference, but we have to worry about the same moves. Oh, I haven't noticed the rain effect before. I wonder if this came in with the patch. I forgot to mention, by the way, guys, so with Revelations, as with a lot of Paradox games, the... okay, I do get a shot on them. I think I'll take it. Even if it's a small chance. Yeah, we scared him. as with, I mean, I'm sure most of you who are Paradox fans already know this, but the arrival of a new game, arrival of a new DLC, means that there is usually a free patch associated with it. There's already been a couple of patches to Age of Wonders Planetfall, but in this particular case here, you obviously won't be getting the new secret tech and whatnot, but I'm still okay with this move because it's going to protect this unit, which is a little exposed. Again, we're going to do the same Vanguard Wall of Death approach here. I suspect what's going to be happening is my commander's going to wind up being a little bit of bait. The idea here is I'm going to try and set up the crossfire so that they're protected. These guys I want to keep back a little bit, seeing as they're already damaged. But they cover the attack vectors. And then these are flanking units, so we'll move them right to the side. We'll hopefully move them out and around to take out the Blade Maw. Anyways, for those of you who are not familiar with Paradox style of making games, okay, I'm not too worried about this. Although I'm surprised that... Oh no, you know what? That's a completely legitimate... it's a completely legitimate hit on the Overwatch because he went right down the middle and these guys weren't in range. Okay, so let's start by smacking these guys around a little bit. Okay, no line of sight on them. So the biggest worry I have is these folks. I don't want them to die. I'm going to try something a little... So this may not work. So my belief about Immobilize is that this should also prevent the attacks from working. We'll see whether or not that's true, though. So the idea here is that we're going to free these guys up. I think what I'll do... Yeah, you know what? We'll commit.
Enemy destroyed.
And... yeah, we'll stand our ground. So again, the assumption is that they should not be able to attack us from this position. Oh, and... mind you, killing them is also a good way of preventing the damage, so...
The Syndicate rules supreme.
Actually, I should have seen whether or not they would be able to attack me from there. Okay, new colonist is nice. I think what I will do with that... first of all, let's set ourselves up. So... we get Syndicate Enforcers and Syndicate Overseers. Let's go for the variety of units and build the... Okay, so... I'm always bad at... Nah, you know what? As much as I want to take Raspberry Marsh, but I'm going to grab the goodies first. Star Union diplomatic data. You find remnants of diplomatic reports dating all the way back to the golden age of the Star Union. Among these reports is data on several negotiation techniques which we can study to increase our influential power on this planet. Right. The Aztec Essence Pool is an ancient ritual place that has re-emerged after lying dormant for an undefined amount of time. It is used to bestow essence draining infusions upon weaponry. Armies that have visited the Aztec Essence Pool gain Aztec enhancements until the end of their next combat. All non-entropy attacks made by this unit have an 8 strength chance to apply energy drain and grant this unit 1 essence charge. Entropy attacks made by this unit instead gain 10% critical hit chance. Recharged in 3 turns. Let us commune with the hand of Remses and... well, I thought we did. Hey, Captain Zergi, how you doing? Okay, so these are the military applications. First up we have is the diversion projector. All units in a 1 hex radius of area have a 12 strength chance of becoming blinded and have -2 resistance against flanking attacks for 2 turns. Not terrible. It is a tactical operation, so it's something we'll be able to throw into our combat. We basically get this for free, it looks like, because it's 0 turns. It'll also give us the exploitative targeting system. So unit gains 20% accuracy and gains flanker, which oh, okay, this is good. But it does have a Cosmite cost, which I may not be able to cover. How am I liking Age of Wonders? Well, I really enjoy Age of Wonders outright, but we're just getting into the new DLC, so I don't have too much of a view. I don't have too much of a view of it to begin with. It's neat. I mean, again, the story's really strong on this. It wasn't the first thing that I would have thought. Not to say that it's not like the Age of Wonders games are not. Like I don't mean to slight the previous games in terms of story content or anything like that, but I was getting this kind of more for the 4X element, and definitely it's a little different from what I expected, but all in like positive surprises. And the new DLCs here, I mean, the list in terms of new features for the DLC is really interesting, and we're gonna start unlocking some of the new features pretty soon, I think. I mean, we've already experienced a couple of them, but alright, static buildup mode. Attacks from arc weapons have 12 strength chance to apply static charge, a stacking debuff that lowers the target's arc resistance. Oh, okay, so the more we shoot them, the lower it goes. That's tempting. I'm gonna go for the one that the game recommends right now. I may regret it, though.
The intent is the control of an asset, not its destruction. True power is the proper application of force at the precise point to exploit a weakness. Commandant Sixta Vulpix of House Qualtali.
Alright, I don't think the game's going to have any recommendations. So if we want to keep going down the Syndicate line, we get Enforced Control, which will give us a Guild Assassin, which gives us a sniper rifle, but basically it's going to be all high arc damage. Sensor Infiltration, infiltrate the enemy's army sensory systems and gain vision on that army for 5 turns. Interesting. Emergency Cloaking Field, deploy an emergency cloaking field that will provide target army with universal camouflage for 2 turns. Could do Dominion of Purification, which will give us the Mantra of Clarity. We've already run into that, actually. Focus Flame. Oh, yeah, we've done all of these, actually. And then the Cleansing Pulse, I think, is like the Despair Beam. No, this is the one that dispels the status effects. Okay. We can do Magnetic Shape Storage, which will, again, give me that build-up, which is not a bad one. So the trade-off that I basically am looking at right here is that I can take up 3 turns to get another base-level tech, or I can spend 1 more turn and move further down the Syndicate line. And it's a really hard call. I definitely like the idea of getting more units and getting the variety right away. So let's work for a moment and say, okay, let's say I want to get the better stuff for the extra turn. What would my 3 options there be? Dominion of Purification, not bad, but in reality I'm not going to be taking advantage of these mods because my Cosmite's a bit low at the moment. Employee Deception will give me strategic operations, but I don't really have anyone to use them on right now, so it would just give me Enforced Control. So the question now would be, do I want to take advantage of a Guild Assassin right away? And would I consider that bonus to be greater than the Magnetic Energy Storage, which would give me the real thing that I want here is the mod, which, again, whether or not I have enough Cosmite is another question. Obviously, we'll have 3 turns, so I'll have 15 Cosmite over the time that it takes us to develop this. And then there's Phase Walk Modulator, extra shields, phase field units able to walk through obstacles, and it's 15% harder to hit in combat. That's actually rather tempting. And then reactive phase projection, target unit receives reactive phase defense for 3 turns. Each time the unit takes damage, it is teleported to a random hex within 2. So again, these are kind of cool. I think I am going to go for the Enforced Control though, because again, by the logic, this is an upgrade I can definitely consider putting on my guys. But is it really like is it something that I want to rush? Well, no, because I might want to use my Cosmite to put down another colony. So I will do Enforce Control for the turn. And then Society Research. So they say I should do Frontier Facilities. I am inclined to agree, because if I'm going to be expanding my population quickly, I probably want the Happiness slots and the ability to build a colonizer. Fortunately, I don't need to worry too much about the exploitations yet, because I don't have an area to call my own. Now this is an interesting revelation. So I believe I just need to be in the unit or in the area rather than, if I'm reading that correctly, having a unit present in the area allows me to annex it. I don't actually need to move people directly over the tile. I didn't know that before, so. The narrator's voice sounds familiar. Are you talking about like the posh sounding fellow or arrogant sounding fellow, depending on your point of view, that I'm playing? I'll take a quick look.
Our colonies require the means to protect themselves and a reason to stay. At the very least, it's time to invest in some good old-fashioned guns and beer. Dollar Smith, Deneb Colony Mayor.
So we got this one mainly for the recreational dome, but now I'm faced with the same question. So area surveillance is actually kind of a tempting one, especially because it does improve it puts me on the path to the covert infiltration and whatnot. From Doctrine, we have Diplomatic Niceties. Yeah, I mean, it does. That's actually worth considering that I should consider a... These are not bad doctrines at all. So this one basically makes my units cheaper. This one, when I find other factions, will basically make me strong. So this is one where like you get stronger for being at peace with people, which is a really neat idea. So if I were to exploit a sector, what would I want? I'd probably be going down the science path, to be honest here. Okay, so research and development will cost me 4. Area surveillance. See, the thing is, I don't really need these right now. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Empire tasks. Apply 5 mods to separate units. Use 5 tactical operations in combat. That's right. I always ignore these. So... add a sector to your capital, exploit a colony sector, and found a second colony, 2 quests for an NPC faction, achieve peace. And... okay, so let's imagine for a moment that okay, actually these... this is not as important. So in this case, I am going to do research and development, just because that's going to be a really good exploitation for Raspberry Marsh. The other one. So the technology one, you mean? I recognize these by the way, guys, is the music a little too loud, or is it right where it needs to be? It's a little hard for me to tell on my monitors here. I recognize these patterns from the memories of my S-Tech symbiont. The hand that takes is the hand that gives. I can trace the echoing essence to its fountain, but it has dried out, lost its sustenance and function. By imbuing it with essence I collected during our journeys, I should be able to return its purpose. RPR Stalker. Passive scans conclusive. Formula E detected. Hibernation mode interrupted. Updating pending orders. Connection failed. Reemploying fallback protocols. Formula E must be eradicated. Targets acquired. Termination in progress. Bless you all. And Johnny Big Time, my favorite streamer. Let me just take a quick second here to do the quick shout out. Unfortunately, when I go out of the game, the audio goes away. Johnny is a remarkable streamer. I'm sorry I don't have a larger audience to shout you out at right now, but currently doing Fallout New Vegas. I got to show him a little bit of a game I really enjoy, and I was absolutely delighted that he was so interested in it. I'm not mentioning the game because I might do it on stream. I'm not 100% yet. But I also showed him the trailer for Age of Wonders Planetfall, and I think he really liked that one too. But he's a wonderful guy. Please do check him out. And then if you want, there's a link to buy Age of Wonders Planetfall if you are so inclined. Obviously, if you use that humble link, a little bit of revenue goes my way. But of course, feel free to shop around and find the best deal for you. All right.
Objective completed.
So we got 20 Cosmite for that and the energy, so I'm happy about that. One thing that I need to get a little bit better at is employing my energy better. So right now, this is just a big stockpile that's going to waste. I might want to keep 150 set aside so that I can recruit a new hero. But I'm generating 47 a turn, so at this point, I should use 120 energy for mad money, basically. I know they're not necessary, but I really like your stuff, and I think you are definitely somebody who is very deserving of the attention that you get, and certainly much more. The Communion seems to have attracted enemies. It looks like those killer robots are waiting for someone to activate the S-Tech artifact. So we need to kill 3 units, and we gain the Staff of the Pontiff. Alright, so what are these things? 280 power, so I might be able to take them on. The RPR Liquidator. You know what? Actually, I'm going to start reading the backstory for these because it is interesting. Oh man, I really like that animation. It penetrated our dream chambers, mercilessly slaughtering the faithful. It's immune to our S-Tech defenses. It impaled Talia as she communed with the Ark's vitality. We're helpless before this liquidator. High Lord says the fallen were unworthy. I ran. I abandoned her, my beloved. So I live. I feel shame. Is this worthiness? A mechanical slither relentlessly approaches. Glistening poison drips from its 4 deadly blades. I fooled myself, believing I was chosen while I fed upon the unworthy. I see the truth. Without my wife, I crave oblivion. Heritor Octavis, Nolan Firth, RV093478R, Records of the Purge. So he's got reactive stab. Strike a target with biochemical blade. The chemicals in the blade react differently when striking the flank. Bypasses on... God, these guys are like all hard counters to me. Chemical blade throw is a shockingly high damage. Carve and rend. Jump to a target. Jesus Christ. Target hex and strike all adjacent ground enemy units in a flurry. Inflicts bleeding. Psionic resistance, but they do have an arc weakness. And they are pretty damn strong. So, what have we got here? Okay, so he does psionic damage. That's going to be a problem. Alright. As much as I would love to send them to go take these guys out, I am in this, like, Army Power 265 versus 280. That's already, like, I don't like fair fights. I like being able to take people out. But more importantly, too, these guys do seem to be a pretty hard counter to some of my abilities. So I'm going to, well, I'll take a minute. Let me just figure out what this event here is. Star Union diplomatic data. You find remnants of diplomatic recordings dating all the way back to the golden age of the Star Union. Among the reports is data on several negotiation techniques which we can study to increase our influential power on the planet. So we're doing a little bit of healing here, so I'm actually going to complete this Find My Mom quest first. And then we'll come back to deal with these guys. So we're taking a little bit of a break from the task at hand, but I think overall it's going to pay off. And clearly the answer now is I need to hire some units to improve these guys. So here it says agriculture exploitation. I don't agree with the game's decision here because the science is a bit better. That's one of the reasons why I built the food location. It's hard, right? Because it is a decent place for the it is like a decent place for food growth. It just happens to be that it's got a building that grants additional knowledge when in research exploitation. So this is one of these cases where I can gain a technological edge by exploiting this sector here. So that's going to be my focus. Next up, did recommend a colonizer, and we've got the units for it, so we'll drop that down. Now if I want, I can rush this for 160 energy, but I did say I wanted to keep 150 set aside for when heroes show up. So, hey, is it Winslaya? Were you playing? I thought I saw you playing Age of Wonders Planetfall when I went through. So, D-Man Moet. I believe that still doubles my view count right now. So I'm very happy to see that. Thank you very much, everybody, for stopping by. So, Winslaya, I have not seen your stuff, so would you mind giving a quick elevator pitch to my channel so that I can, I love shouting people out, but I would be completely disingenuous if I talked about what you do. So please, let my people know what your stuff is. What do you like playing? Why did you get into Age of Wonders Planetfall? Is it your first Age of Wonders game, or have you been with the series forever? And please sell yourself so that you can get at least a little something for sending people my way. And who else do we have? I think I said hello to Demam Moet, and apologies if I pronounced that incorrectly. I normally do. And the rest of you may be silent, but you're appreciated nonetheless. Feel free to say hello. I will admit, I still haven't finished the main campaign, so in addition to the first time, this being my first time playing Syndicate, we're just starting the campaign inside of Revelation, so this is all brand new for me. I do have a little bit of a slower pace, and I definitely speak out my reasoning quite a bit. So I know it's not for everybody, but thank you very much for stopping by. And actually, in general, I'd love to know everyone's relationship with Age of Wonders Planetfall, whether or not it's something that you're all dedicated fans of, or if you're just trying to figure out whether or not this is your kind of thing. Winslaya says, sure you can. You got a lot of beginner's guides on Age of Wonders Planetfall posted to your YouTube, as well as some guides on Stellaris. Big fan of AOW and pretty much all the Paradox games. Well, you've got two games that I am a huge fan of. Feel free to link your YouTube inside of the chat as well. There's no restriction on links and whatnot. I definitely believe in the stick approach. So if you do something that I dislike, I will just crush you. But I trust you to provide informative and useful links to people. Actually posted a guide to the Forgotten that you put up earlier today. Oh, really cool. So you've really... well, actually, I guess the keys were sent out earlier. I didn't touch that. I was scared to death that I was going to accidentally enable the DLC before embargo, so I didn't even install this thing until yesterday. But I guess you've probably been kicking it around for a little bit. Do you like playing the campaigns at all, or do you normally play scenarios? Crashed research ship. The remains of this research ship contain intact data pads. Unfortunately, they don't reveal any information about the vessel's mission and the crew or the events that led to its crash landing. So we'll take 22 research. You prefer the scenarios? One thing that really caught me, so I'm definitely a campaign person, but this is also because I really like, even in terms of Stellaris, I almost never play for optimal play. I almost always go for sort of story elements. So I'm really struck by the campaign here, and the fact that apparently the decisions have an impact. I haven't gotten to the end yet, so I don't know. But I'm definitely really enjoying the experience of playing the game and sort of having my moves motivated through the narrative. So starter location's a bit OP, 2 research locations. Yeah, I mean, I almost always go pure food at the beginning, because I just always sort of believe in this idea. In pretty much any game of this style, I always try and grow enough hands to give me a kind of a production edge. But at this point, I went for research right away just because it felt like the slightly more appropriate approach. But again, I'm fairly new in the game. I'm not... I enjoy speaking out my thought process, because if I'm wrong, I have a direct answer about why I was wrong. And I really enjoy learning games that way. It's certainly not a disrespect to Winslaya's guides and whatnot, because I think it's actually really great that sort of the ecosystem in terms of streamers, influencers, whatever you want to call them, is now sort of robust enough to be able to support people who play the game and might be able to explain things better to others. But I definitely kind of come from an approach where I never read guides to games. I really like getting basically beaten by a game and responding to that. Part of the enjoyment of stuff like Age of Wonders Planetfall has always been sort of burning my hand on the stove and figuring out where it goes. But I also know I'm a little bit of in the minority on that. So, but I one of the things that I've really enjoyed is always debriefing on, basically debriefing on times when things don't go well. The Farron 2, they smash into the dunes of Oblus 5 like a hummingbird onto a zenith barge. Jesus. This shouldn't have happened. My mother was the last one who knew the truth about our family's downfall. With her gone, I may never be able to rightfully redeem the name of our house. Chief Marlock, do not falter. The Farron 2 is a sturdy ship. Our signs are showing that it's still partially intact. They may yet be help for our companions. Your optimism is inspiring, brother, and you are right. We wouldn't be standing here if we'd been afraid of any odds in the past. Let's pack up and search the wreck for survivors.
Objective completed.
All right. Check the wreck of Farron 2 for survivors and find out why they crash-landed. Hint, you need a hero present at an anomalous site such as this to progress through its events. Presumably that means that we're going to get hit by something nasty. Now, I'm going to assume that this is someone I can chat with. Yeah, the growth faction. Let's do the event instead, because I still need to take these guys out. His house is garbage and he knows it. Yeah, maybe we can chat with him. No, that'll move points. Alright, so...
Only assassins think like assassins. It's one way to discover an assassin disguised in your midst. Hire an assassin to slay the assassin. Of course, there's the obvious problem that the original assassin may slay yours first. That's why I keep a few handy. Sina of House Timor.
By the way, I forgot to mention this. I think most of you are already Twitch veterans, but if you have not done so and you want to check out Winsleia's stuff, especially because there is a lot of overlap between games that we seem to enjoy, you can click on their name and hit follow if you've not done so already. I obviously can't force the issue, but they were kind enough to give me a raid. Obviously a bunch of pleasant people coming along as well, so I should have said that a little bit earlier. Alright, I always have this problem, again, we were talking about this before, where I'm not sure if I want to get the penalty, or like basically have to wait longer for deeper tech, or if I want to try and cover up the, cover up lost ground. Actually, you know what, I did say that magnetic energy storage would be a neat one, so I think we're going to try that. I have a lot of respect for people who still play like that in this day and age when you have access to all the info very easily. Well, it's, it's not even... that's really nice of you to say. I mean, the biggest thing is that I've never really believed that there are like internet points or anything like that for playing a game a certain way. It's just that some of my favorite moments of gaming have come from cracking the nut. So like this weekend I played a lot of Exapunks and a lot of Zachtronic games, which are all about solving the puzzle. And we played Spring Falls yesterday, which is a wonderful indie.
In conclusion, knowledge is power, but being well-educated has an additional benefit. No one can call you stupid, especially if you've researched weaponry that could vaporize them if they did. Dr. Millicent Rickles, head researcher, Lazulite Incorporated.
So like part of the satisfaction to me is the conversation with the game, sort of the back and forth. So in that sense, like it's just sort of been the way that I've developed in the game. The thing is, though, that people are really constrained for time, and guides do a really good job of bringing people up to speed. And as a result, it you can run through. The only thing, like obviously, if you're too over reliant on guides, then you just kind of become a fleshy implementation of somebody else's algorithm. But I'm certainly not going to be in a position to tell people how they should enjoy games. There's a pretty diverse crowd out there, and I think the presence of guides allows people who otherwise wouldn't be able to enjoy a game. It gives them the opportunity to experience something that they might have otherwise missed out on. So. But obviously, in my case, like I have enough sort of free time to be able to merit the the abstinence. The other thing too is like the Paradox wikis are usually really good at getting into the details of the game, and so personally I find it a little bit more effective to be able to, again, burn my hand on the stove first and then go and read the wiki as to why the stove was hot in the first place. Okay, so I'm slightly warming to the idea of area surveillance, mostly just so that I can unlock some of the others, but let's just take a minute here and see. Yeah, I mean, the indentured contracts. You know what? I think I'm going to do diplomatic niceties. Getting a cost for some units, especially at a point where I know we're going to have a little bit of trouble with the spawns. It's hard to say that that's a bad thing. Now this guy, I'm actually a little bit at a loss as to what to do with him. So I wanted to take this unit out. Obviously that's going to be my guys here. Anomalous site. Okay, well this guy's already in range, so we don't have much to do there. So I think, again, I am going to build some units for these guys, but for now I think we'll just pick up some goodies. You feel discriminated against as a fleshy algorithm? Yeah, this is the big challenge, right?
Ready.
I've always been really annoyed when people, you know, do some variation of like, you know, oh, get good, blah. So I don't want, you know, my own view to come off as a sort of elitism or something like that. It's, you know, it's a very generic statement of, oh, we should all get along. Do what you enjoy. But yeah, I could probably come up with nicer terms. You are the nicest fleshy algorithm that I've seen so far, Demamot. Do I want to go for happiness right away? I do need to get some units down. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, I can't see what their capabilities are. So, looks like this is a melee unit. Actually, the armor might be quite welcome against some of the other things that I'm up against. Oh, right click. Okay, so high impact. Okay, yeah, fair enough. They run in and beat the crap out of people. Bone Crusher, shockwave of psionic energy that crashes into target enemy unit, bypasses all armor, applies a cripple. So both of these stagger. Oh, melee and psionic. So this is basically it's like a pure damage attack, basically. Okay. And the Guild Assassin, breach round load, a breaching round that allows the next attack to penetrate 5 armor and 5 shields, gain 30% accuracy, does not affect the pulse sniper snapshot. Okay, so I definitely want one of these things down. And then I think we already know about the indentured and the... Alright, so the better question is what... So clearly I'm going to be keeping... Oops. These guys will be keeping intact, so the question is, what do I have available here? Okay, so we've got runners. The indentured do get a little bit better with the overseer. I think I'll start with the assassin and the enforcer. But I think in this case here, these are specialized units, so I'm actually going to keep the colony ship at the top of the queue. You wish games would stop using that game as a keyword? Which one are you? Yeah, I think I might be missing the word you're referring to, Belladante. Welcome, by the way. Alright, well the good news is these guys seem to be very slow. All faithful rejoice, for Creator sends us his emissary. With the return of the Aztec, our curse will be lifted. Our endurance and suffering will finally be rewarded. The Obsidian Guardians. I recognize the ornate husks from my symbiont's memories. This isn't good. Those that cannot see Regenesis should never return to the waking world. Why did you leave your post in the Eternal Vaults, or Guardian? We don't remember. Since the curse inflicted us, we are rotting away, our essence leaking into the fangs of entropy. There was nothing left in the underworld to consume. Here, on the surface, we can continue to fill the Creator's commandments. Cripple. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, because of the connotations with other uses of the word is what you're, I think, what you mean. You're one of the Aztec. Your essence is still preserved in the holy image of the Creator. You must lift our curse and the corruption that is tormenting us. Take one of our desolate brothers. Let him feast on the holy sites. Speak the incantations and purify him through the essence he consumes. Take the forgotten to the holy site of the Aztec and let them consume new purified essence to cure their sickness. And we get a new unit for it. So this is probably going to wind up being the unit of Misfit toys. The wreck drones contain... Okay. And and I'm slightly curious what goes on here. Essence Gash. The Essence Gash is a large directional rift that spews out volatile essence, whereas Heritors use it to harvest and profit from its abundance. Other creatures cannot contain the essence within them without their physical form suffering damage. Annexing the sector grants -8 happiness to the colony. Annexing the sector will cause the colony to generate less energy. Non-Heritor units do not regain health out of combat while within the sector. Every 2 turns, units have an 8 strength chance to gain an essence charge, and in addition, non-Heritor and non-Forgotten units take 8 damage every time they gain an essence charge. Okay, so we don't have a Forgotten unit though, so... we may disagree. Let's talk to you. So I'm assuming I need to get... Yeah, I need to basically get off to a better start. So far as I can tell, I don't have any way of achieving this goal unless I just suddenly got a new unit somewhere. Oh, it's right here. Forgotten desolate. Once we dreamed of living forever. Now we hide in tombs of our own making. There's only one mind left in this dark place. It thrives on vengeance. It demands everything. I've nothing left to give. Our hatred twists and festers down here. The compound sheathes with malice. Even the drained are tainted by malice. They fight our enemies, but consume the essence for themselves. They don't share it with the commune. Our dream is lost. Will I become one of the desolate when I am drained? Elden Squall, RV 774584R, recovered Heritor logs. Alright, so Covet Essence, melee attack, high impact, stagger units, bypass shields, energy drain, 4 strength chance to apply energy drain on targets, entropic necrophagy. This unit devours the corpses of all those it kills with this ability. Healing 8 and gaining 1 essence charge. Man, these are really cool. Okay. Unstable Decay requires 1 essence charge. This unit destroys itself in an unstable burst and damages all adjacent units. Christ. Why would I do this? Essence feed. Unit can carry up to 2 essence charges when this unit kills another with an ability that doesn't spend essence. It consumes the corpse and gains an essence charge and heals 8. Okay, so zombies. Cool. Obviously I know where they're going. For glory? Alright. Our scanners have detected a faint signal of unknown origin being emitted over a distinct sandbank in the desert. We should excavate the sand to uncover the signal's source. So that's going to take 3 turns. So that means this quest is going to get ignored even longer, which I'm not crazy about. Okay. I'm probably going to expand out here, but I do need to figure out where my next base will be. Trying to grab the Cosmite wouldn't be a bad idea. Although in theory that's still... we can still kind of already expand to that on its own. So, do I want to continue going to the left with my unit, or do I want to explore these areas up here? I think for now... let's carry on. I am really nervous that they're going to get to my base. Mortal infidels came into our place of entombment. They defaced our sacred lore. They stole holy crystals. Creator gave us commandments for our happiness. Stealing is forbidden. Those who abuse our commandments squander their lives and are unworthy of the essence they hold. Prove your worthiness. Slay the thieves. Okay, so this is going to take turns. This is actually going to be a hard one for me to deal with because I've got 2 more turns of these guys working here. Then I need to get them to deal with these 2 units up here. So we'll have 8 left. It'll probably take 2 or 3 to get there. So that's 6. Let's say 5 for safety. Okay, we can just barely go back and forth, but it would be a good idea for me to try and move towards Okay, so we've got 2 units joining this group here. Probably should make it indentured, but I won't get the indentured until we bring up that what do you call it? There's the name Doctrine. All right, so I've got 3 turns to do some exploration, then we'll bring this guy back. Oh, hello, friends.
Production ready.
Okay, this is all fine. Okay, so they're not heading back to the. They're not heading back to the. Or heading not. They're not heading to our base. So I'm happy with that. Dear symbiote Marlock Tenor, we are the growth. For millennia, we have lived in symbiosis with countless organisms throughout the systems, germinating wherever our seeds may reach. We sense your intelligence and would be interested in a symbiotic relationship. We're still cautious, however. What is it that you seek? We seek to join you in a symbiotic relationship. The Growth NPC faction is a collective of intelligent plants living in symbiosis with supporting life forms. Central to the growth is their psychoactive nectar that allows them to control other creatures. Cool, so we can get high off these things. A wise choice, we find. Our relationship is just a sapling, but we require help with matters that fall outside our abilities. Can you be of service? Rewards have been made ready. What can we do for you? Locust plague. Oh, god damn it. We're being eaten alive. Our branches are stripped bare. Sap is spilling out of open wounds. There is pain with every cut these animals inflict. Our fruits and nectar are freely available, yet this is not enough for some. Return our nutrients by committing the plant eaters' bodies to the ground. So, good rewards there. It's just a question in terms of whether or not I'm actually going to be able to pull this off. So maybe we're not locked in. Soul Beacon. Soul Beacon is an ancient heritage device. I don't actually see this in my list. Use the sap essence on a large scale. Okay, no. That's supposed to be for... Where'd he go?
One of my regulars, a scientist developing arc weaponry, said
Hey,
that I was
Rouge
his
Light Girl.
inspiration. My android systems were specialized to avoid static buildup. Something about friction. Rub up against enough people, and it creates sparks. Emma 3, E-Bot, and a patent dispute lawsuit.
So I think I am going to deliver the static buildup module to my units right away. So we can do Electron Impact, which will give me a bonus to shields. Unit becomes statically charged, gaining 2 resistance. Whenever this unit is charged by an enemy within, or damaged by an enemy within 2 hexes, that unit has a 4 strength chance to become stunned and receive 6 arc damage. That's not bad, actually. That does a nice job of mitigating some of our melee weakness, actually. So I think... So the way I can think about this is that I'm paying 2 turns to be able to get this tech ahead of time. So actually it's 3 turns if it's the phase walk modulator. And again, these are not bad, but I think in this case I'm actually going to do the electron impact, just because it seems to line up well with a couple of the other plans that I have. Recently, your cat has been rolling on your wool blanket, then coming up and smushing your face and giving you static shock on the nose. So you'll like my faction right now. Where the hell did that forgotten unit go?
The diplomats that I deem worth keeping really only have one mission. They must be gifted at finding clever ways to make distant worlds pay to keep our empire content. Serera Tan of House Voyan, diplomatic consort.
Alright, so we're actually a little bit ahead of where I thought that we would be. So Quantum Gain, I just want to see what the more expensive ones will be. Quantum Gain would give me bonus slots. Okay, that's actually a fairly good one. And then preventative surveillance. Okay, so my rationale here, I would actually potentially want Quantum Gain because I think Echo Protocols would be pretty decent for giving me some boosts in terms of resources, but I'm already going to have indentured contracts The indentured are seeking rights. We can take advantage of this by making them sign a maintenance and ration reduction contract. And in trade, they get citizenship and freedom at the end of this venture, should they survive. So I'm already going to have a doctrine before, so I won't necessarily gain the benefits from quantum gain. I don't really have any needs, like my empire isn't large enough for me to take advantage of these exploitations. So we'll do area surveillance, one so we can get operation effectiveness and covert infiltration, and also just because it winds up giving me things that are going to be used a little bit sooner than any of these others. So, all right, so we can give you some skills. Gains Overwatch and all primary range attack. Well, we already have Overwatch though. And increase 20% accuracy. So let's take a look at the things that I'm not familiar with. Okay, Universal Camouflage. I'm actually not 100% sure if Universal Camouflage is something that applies on the tactical level or if it's just a strategic bonus. Strategic Operations Support is not bad. All units gain a shield. Ah, okay, this actually is one I should consider because it strengthens the entire army. Then escape module, when this unit's health drops below... No, well, he'll... as much as I like the idea of keen sight, I really like this idea of being able to augment my army a little bit more. So we'll go for the shield battery. And Deadeye 5... Well, the critical hit chance isn't bad. Yeah, you know what? We'll give him the Deadeye as well. Alright, so static buildup module was one. We're also going to do that for these other guys as well. We certainly have the Cosmite for it. So what about the other? Exploitative targeting system, 20% accuracy and gains... Oh, yes. Now, the real question here is, do I render my units too expensive? It'll wipe me out on Cosmite, and I'm actually a little scared that... Yeah, it's going to cost me 10 Cosmites. I'm going to only be able to build one of these every 2 turns, but it probably takes me 2 turns to build one anyway. I'm okay with this. Okay, I'm mostly just curious what's going on with this thing here. Oh, this is a growth. Okay. Nope, I have to stay in the area. Oh, that's so bad. So I lose another turn on this.
Operations available for priming.
Alright, this is fairly expensive energy-wise, but it will help in the long run, so we'll do indentured contracts. Oh wow, this guy moves pretty fast. But I don't think I have the Cosmite for this anymore, so much for that plan. We'll let him hang out. And this guy I was going to use as a scout, so... What I might do, though, is... Maybe we hang around the edge here in the periphery just to make sure that we can... when these guys come to clean things up, we're ready to give them some experience. Alright, so this is obviously really sad. These guys, we're still waiting. There is an argument for this unit to get at least the static buildup. They already have flanker, so I mean the 10% increased damage is sort of nice, but given the fact that they're already a flanker, chance to build. Yeah, you know what? Oh, that's right, equivalent units. No, we'll still do it. This is the other unit that I want to improve, but again, we're not going to be dedicating them to combat anytime soon, so... Alright, now here's the real question. Where do I want to put this guy? Because we haven't done too much of an investigation in terms of where the good locations are. Bonuses to interaction. It'd be nice if I can find like a double food. Actually, this is not a bad spot. Stadium, Arcadium. Nice bonus to... So we get the food here. We get a science building. Yeah. So this is like the worst thing to do in any 4X game, is to just move a naked colony unit. But there we have it. No, I'm not ready to make Opal Mountain my location, and looks like I am too late on building the recreational dome, so... And I can't rush it. Okay, covert operation, strategic operation, and research operation effectiveness.
Doctrine enacted.
The indentured are seeking right... Alright, we already did that. Area surveillance.
If you want to improve your capabilities, you don't just set a goal, you must also monitor it. Only by carefully watching your progression, guarding against backsliding, can you achieve solid success. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
Alright, I'm really not sure where I want to go with the rest of these. I suppose covert infiltration, just because that gives me the chance to fire one off for the achievement. At some point I need to do food development, but I don't have any colonies for that exploitation yet. So let's say yes, covert infiltration, then op effectiveness. Next, anomalous site requires your attention. Your men have worked their way down to the rocks and excavated the rear of Farron 2. This part of the ship looks like it's still mostly in one piece, at least from the outside. The force of the impact must have affected the front that's buried deeper underground. After some examination of the hull, your troops find a broken hatch and enter the ship's cargo bay. Oh, neat. So this is a little bit like archaeology in Stellaris, but it's also got its own little touch. How hard is it to get into this game? It's a tough call, Tall Man Alive. So, to be honest with you, when I took a look at my Steam friends list, I'm actually just trying to bring this up here, so sorry for the silence on this. I was a little surprised to find out that a couple of the people who I am friends with on Steam actually recommended against the game. And they thought that it was... So, I mean, they said, I've given this game a chance, played around a bit, the game is just boring. It's overwhelming feeling that has persisted while playing has been the glaring lack of content. And I couldn't help but compare this to Civilization Beyond Worth that came out 5 years ago. Now, I'm not entirely sure this is the fairest assessment, but they do have 30 hours in the game. And they've really only played it about 3 hours since playing it. So I was trying to think a little bit about why my reaction to this game was different from this other guy's. One thing was, once I started thinking of this game as kind of like an inverse XCOM, where the emphasis is on the strategic layer rather than the tactical layer, that really appealed to me. I don't agree with the statement that there's a lack of content, but I think the problem is that lack of content is basically code for I didn't like it. And I think the idea was that the person playing the game didn't really... they didn't... they weren't able to sort of find the hook. Like, for me, where I said it's like, okay, you get the tactical battles, but the emphasis is on the strategic layer to put yourself in a really good position to just, wreck it in terms of the tactical battles. That made a lot of sense to me. If you're asking how difficult is it to learn the game, there's a very good tutorial. The only thing that I didn't get at the start of the game was how to rush build units. But I think it's got a really good onboarding, and actually the tutorial mission is part of the starting campaign. So if you like the story elements like me, you're in good shape. Should you invest in this or Stellaris? Now that's an even harder question. So the thing about Stellaris to keep in mind is that it asks for a lot of attention up front. That's a game that you're going to be putting hundreds of hours into. So I would say that Age of Wonders Planetfall is going to give you a more immediate return on your time invested. Stellaris is going to be the one that you keep coming back to forever. They're both excellent games. I think if you really love XCOM, then Age of Wonders Planetfall is probably the better match. Both are good, and I think you'll be very happy with both. But it's really hard for me to say that somebody who's time pressed that Stellaris is the right one to go for, because Stellaris really does ask a lot of you in terms of time. Even like that's not a game you sit down and play for an hour. The second ship of House Farron made a violent crash landing deep into Obulus 5's surface. At this point, it is unclear how the tragedy occurred. If anybody survived the impact. All right. So pile up crates and leave through the ventilation shafts. Shoot the engine to blast the doors open, which is an immediate return, or repair the modulator and use it to interface with the door. Okay. So the deadly sins I don't need to worry about as much. But I do want this guy running around fairly soon, so I will do the pile up the crates. I actually rather like this excavation mechanic. What I should probably try and do is take this guy and redirect him down. But I do want to investigate. The AI in combat came a long way, and it's very beatable on the hardest setting, but it does come with some save game reloading, and that means you actually So I don't think I followed the... And that means you actually Oh, are you talking about XCOM 2? Sorry, I think I might be missing something there. That or I'm just stupid. By the way, I did see your comment on the river there. The big thing for me on the tech, and this may be a bad way of thinking about it, is just I'm trying to, like, as with most of the games, I kind of think about the... Yeah, sorry. I think I know what you were saying here. So you're saying like I get the +1 food for having the. Or wait, no, because this is the sector. No, because this is a colony upgrade. I would still need an exploitation. But I think you were talking about this one, right? So the trade-off is basically basically the reason why I don't always look deeper inside of the tree here is that I try to express it in terms of a trade-off. So river bonus is nice, +10 food income with colonies with a river going through their domain. And the question is the 10 food bonus enough to justify 5 extra turns? Well, I mean, it's 5 turns for the covert infiltration, then plus the time I'll have to research it. And I am going to make at least a weak effort to try and get the, the operator achievement. So in this case, I was hoping for the, wait a minute. Reunite with your allies, friends. In this case here, I just didn't like. You're absolutely right. It's a good upgrade. I don't really think there's anything bad in terms of the research trees. It's just a question in terms of what am I giving up in order to obtain it at that particular time. Hey, Eyes of Sin! I found somebody you'll like. Oh, I might not. This isn't it, but this is the unit I was talking about a little bit earlier. This is glorious. The breakout of the Megasow by animal rights activists was one of the great embarrassments of the Star Union Civic Authority. All food processing megacorporations scrambled to conceal the news that aggressively hormonal monster pigs packed with powerful nutrient boosters were rooting into people's domiciles and eating residents. Corporate lawyers petitioned a core tranquility initiative to officially retract that news story. It's all hearsay now. All parties agreed that civilized people should never see the source of their favorite foods, nor be eaten by it. Media handler Kate Harrison, RV 10448G, Civic Rumors, and Deleted Testimonials. Sorry, Isaacson, this was not the thing I was meaning to show you, but this is awesome. And then its companion, Rabid Piglets. This is amazing. Look at those eyes. Jack's last words were, "Sassy pigs make the tastiest bacon." That's when he tripped on a slop bucket and plunged into the overcrowded pen. Of course, Jack's piglets were bred rabid for feeding frenzies, so that's just what they did. One curious thing, I swear Jack put that slop bucket safely away from the ledge. So how did it appear beneath his feet? Only thing I figure is the piggies did it. They ain't that smart, are they? And no, I don't think he'd be upset if they murdered him. Jack gave his all to his work. Monty Hennison, RV00349F, Agricultech Incident Report. But what I was meaning to show you was this faction who I may not be able to bring up the description for. There we go. The Growth NPC faction is a collection of intelligent plants living in symbiosis with supporting life forms. Central to the Growth is their psychoactive nectar that allows them to control other creatures. For those of you who don't know, Eyes of Sin is the one who basically, when I made a species after her, due to her love of plants and botany and everything related to those fields, I made that the Mandasuran order to basically the plant species in Stellaris. Now, I kind of feel like Glade of the Union would be a good spot for this colony. The only thing I'm really worried about is that's alarmingly close to these bad guys. The alternative would be the Cannibal Woods, I suppose, which gives me a nice production bonus. It's a little far away from the science, though.
There's a way to do anything. There's also a smarter way to do anything. Trade secrets are often more about a well-trained workforce than a secret sauce. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
I mean, isn't this basically just the 30 to 40 feral hogs that we always kept hearing about on Twitter? Wait a minute, I don't remember picking this tech. Why did I get it? We may never know.
Production ready.
Amanda, did I ever show you that sorry, Eyes of Sin, did I ever show you that that clip from Gears of War? Okay, I'm really curious why that colony sign isn't... Okay, because I can't see it. So I should probably be dropping this thing sooner than... Oh, actually, here's what I'm going to do. I really want to see what's in Sky Canopy. I mean, they're a little far away, but this is actually not a bad location, so... I'll show you after the cast, how about? There's only ever one Gears of War clip I would show, so... In New Zealand, you don't all forget feral hogs in your backyard, but one time you did walk into a huge area of dirt that had been rutted up at the top of your parents' park. I really love pigs, but I haven't actually... haven't really encountered too many of them. Recent encounters with a rival life form horrified us. Their essence is strange. All living things are sacred, but entropy defies Creator's hierarchy. Excuse me. We hold dominion over life, and plants are its lowest form. The growth embody entropy's corruption. You know what? As cool as that, like, forgotten unit is, I'm not really sure I'm ready to go to war with the plant people, so we'll decline on that. And we kind of already committed to colonizing this area, but let's take a look what's going on. Okay, Essence Gash, good to know. I suppose I probably could have gotten that from somewhere else. I don't know. Let's... Alright. It took some time to maneuver through the ventilation system, but at least the narrow self-contained shafts closed you off from any nasty surprises. Slowly but steadily, your troops have made their way to the ship's command center. Reward dimensional control. What does that do? Dimensional amplifier, tower, dimensional... Okay. The ship's former command center is not a pretty sight, and between all the sheared and metal engines, the unrecognizable remains of your house members are spread. There is never any real chance to save them. Unless... One of your Void engineers notices that the main phase drive reactor is still partially intact. There are theories that by overcharging such a reactor while it is being pushed into another dimension, a feedback loop with the past can be created, altering the existing timeline. okay, I gotta do this. I know it's gonna cost me Cosmite, which I'd actually like to put towards upgrading my unit, but especially given the fact that the themes of this story kind of seem to be really dealing a lot with life and death and bringing back that which should not be. Let's overcharge the phase drive reactor and disrupt the timeline. Pigs are intelligent, and watching Dr. Paul, veterinarian, I found out that penned-up pigs can sometimes have prolapse. What? This means they can't heal because the other pigs find the scent and flavor of the protruding flesh too delicious. From that point, I decided pigs are meant for eating. I did not know that.
Time is an infinite sequence of consequences. If the present is n, the next consequence is n plus 1, with n approaching infinity. Correlate n to n plus 1, n plus 2, and so forth. Mathematically, that's a phase echo. Of course, don't forget n minus 1, and all infinite prior consequences. Dr. Rex Perlox, Void Tech mathematician.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure I follow that. So time is an infinite sequence of consequences. If the present is n, the next consequence is n plus 1. With n. Okay, correlate n to n plus 1, so on. Mathematically, that's... Isn't it just saying a phase echo is time moving forward? Okay, Amplifier Tower. The Dimensional Amplifier Tower unlocks the Dimensional Rift Doomsday weapon. Each additional Dimensional Amplifier Tower you build increases the level of the weapon, making it stronger. Only one Dimensional Amplifier Tower may be built per colony. And Dimensional Collapse. Tear space-time at target non-void tech enemy colony, creating a Dimensional Rift for 10 turns. This effect increases the strength as you build more Dimensional Rift Towers. On failure, apply Civil Unrest to the colony, which causes 12 unhappiness for 3 turns. Level 1, reduce energy income by 30%. And give it to me. Level 2, 30% seems to be the exact same, so I suppose it applies it twice. Level 3, energy income, okay, reduced by 30% again. All Void Tech player units gain 20% increased damage. Non-Void Tech players have an 8 strength chance to be randomly teleported to 2 hexes away. Okay, that's cool. That's also like... Actually, not that. Okay, I thought that would be deeper in the list. All right. Did I say we were taking you to Sky Canopy? Yes, I did. Or maybe we can... Okay, so I actually have to go to the center to build the colony. See whether or not it was worth it. Okay, yeah, I should have worked on those missions a little bit sooner.
Ready.
So this is good. We wanted to get the unhappiness dealt with. Now I do want to build my indentured units, but obviously we use the Cosmite to play around with time and space. So in the meantime, let's do the research. I'm actually going to push that up. So I've more or less said that this other unit, I'm not going to... oh, hang on. Do I lose that? Yeah, I guess I do lose that time. Okay, well, we'll at least get the assassin out of the way, then we'll do the research. Seeing as I've started off with like a fairly decent start as far as research is concerned, I kind of want to lean into that benefit. Unfortunately, I'm falling into my bad habits of not equipping an army, but we'll do our best. The Harbinger. This world remains blanketed by darkness and ignorance, but our studies are beginning to reveal a greater truth. It is up to us to use this knowledge to build a mighty edifice, a beacon that shines with the light of salvation. Build a doomsday structure in one of your colonies and launch a doomsday operation. And apparently if we're the first to do the doomsday device, we get a happiness reward. That sounds like something out of Dr. Strangelove. Holy smokes, these guys are chewing through the...
Empire task completed.
Yeah, so we're just one turn too short. We did not make our turn count.
Arc weapons allow us to disrupt the electrical signals naturally occurring in neural and mechanical control systems. What you see as drooling paralysis is really just the body running without any direct communication with the mind. Claudius Proton, assembly researcher.
So I do want to put the Arc Retaliation device on my Indentured, but I don't have enough Cosmite right now, so I want to be a little careful in terms of how I spend that. So now the question is Domain of Purification or Phase Manipulation? So 1, are they worth it on their own? Number 2, do they unlock something that I want? Or do I go for something like Force Projection, Ionic Detachment? Yeah, actually, so it's basically new units, new mods, or do I unlock new things? So Force Projection gives me flying units. I do want them, but obviously I'm really slow at building my units here, so I may... that's kind of the big argument against. Preventative Control, so mod for shields, more resistance, detection, shield goes up. Immune to morale effects. Okay, slightly weaker. Unit is now considered in it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so everybody becomes... Oh, actually, that's kind of neat. So we put that collar on and we apply the bonus to some of the others. That's interesting, but I'm not 100% sure I want to spend 5 Cosmite on something like that. At least right now when it's scarce. Okay, so Phase Manipulation didn't exactly set me on fire, but let's take a look at what some of the other alternatives are. So we get an Echo Walker, Skirmisher. I don't think we have too much use for kinetic damage right now, but we should maybe take a look at what we're fighting against. And then if I want to have a melee hero, I can, but that's probably not in the cards. Void Technology, non-mindless units for target gain, destabilize for 1 turn, reducing damage resistance to decreasing morale by 300. Okay, so that's strategic. It's basically if I want an edge in a fight. Vortex Augmentation. Yeah, see, the real dilemma I have right now is that the Void Tech isn't really setting me on fire. And it could just be that I don't understand the benefits of some of these things well enough, but especially relative to some of the other benefits that I get. It's hard for me to see... Like, at this point, I'm looking at several turns and tech's worth of investment for things that I haven't quite figured out how to fit inside of my... oh, I guess Ionic Detach... No, sorry. That's something different. Alright, so Ionic Detachment, this is the most expensive one, so this would be attacks from arc weapons gain an extra impact level, allowing them to stagger enemy units, and a 20% increase to damage on abilities, but really expensive for Cosmite, so I want to hold off on that for a while. Tactical Operation, Flux Charge, I don't actually have the points for it, but infuse a mechanical or cyborg unit with an Aeon Flux Charge. The unit deals 50% damage and gains fast movement for 3 turns. Every turn, the unit has a 50% chance to become overloaded. And the drawback here is I don't have any mechanical or cyborg units right now, so there's no argument for me to use this right now. So either clean up with Employ Deception, where we haven't really run into anyone to make that worth it. I don't want to be putting more mods on right now. So it's either Preventative Control or Force Projection. Preventative Control would unlock Military Dominance. So Spatial Acceleration Shields, unit gains fast movement speed, and the Mirage Shields to make the unit 15% harder to hit when in defensive mode. Tactical Advantage Protocol, target-friendly unit gains always flanking, allowing every attack to be a flanking attack for 3 turns. Ciao. A bit expensive though. Deploy Sentinel. Okay, actually Sentinel would probably be... So if anything, the Deploy Sentinel would be a strong one, but again, we don't have the points for it. So I can see some arguments for here, but in terms of my most immediate benefits, Force Projection. So you watch some guy metagame the fleshy algorithm, the Living Daylight out of Age of Wonders Planetfall. There's a bit of an optimal build that you hope gets fixed. Oh, so yeah, I haven't even thought about that. I will admit, actually, I have struggled a little bit in terms of traversing the tech tree.
Everyone needs an excuse to do what they wanted all along. They have stuff that we want. Who decided they get to keep it just because they got there first? Zerera Tan of House Voyan, diplomatic consort.
And you can kind of see the drawback to my approach, right? Is like, take the time to read things. I definitely learned from my first combat in the game, like running into a turn-based scenario and getting just wiped out because you didn't know the abilities you were up against. That is a very good learning process. But now that I take the time to read everything, I don't necessarily gain the same experience that I have. So I should probably get the equilibrium back. Okay, so I'm going to do Operation Effectiveness first. I might avoid the later branches here because, of course, we're now to 5 turns for the... well, I did say I wanted more people. But I'm also backed up on my queue. So yeah, we will do Operational Effectiveness. Growth Faction. Criminals are stealing our essence. Most alarming, they steal our seed pods. Many a friend has died. So sad. Always the same. Their innards cored out to harvest our precious seed for their terrible appetite. Again, that's going to be a hard one to get to, but we'll do our best.
Operations available for priming.
Okay, so I believe I just need to drop 1 strategic for the operators. So let's say, I suppose finding the threat generator would be slightly better, but I'm not going to do it. This one I'll go for the monitor. Both deer and pigs creep you out nowadays. There's been chronic wasting disease. Oh, Jesus, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, you wouldn't do that to you. Tell you the cookie cutters, like, spoiling the movie plot. Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of these ones where it's just, like, it's not that hard. I mean, Google is not far. I mean, sorry, the name... I got to get the name right. It was Winslea, I think it was. And the person who hosted me earlier, who you came from, like... I want to check out their stuff. That would probably be a great place for me to learn some of the other techniques. And it's something I really do need to work on, which is to be able to traverse the tech trees a little bit better. Because what I'm tending to find right now is I'm still so the first problem I ran into in this game was my tendency to treat it a lot like Civilization, where I just want to build this overwhelming industrial advantage and then, then carry on that way. This game very much seems to be about building out units and projecting power. And so I've tried to push a little bit towards that path, but the drawback I'm finding is that I don't have a really good idea yet in terms of a traversal of the tech trees. I tend to say, this might be useful next turn, but is there something else? And I don't have like a clear strategy in terms of saying, I really want to get down this branch. I don't know if going deep is better than going wide, for instance. And there may not be a direct answer to that, but I have a feeling based on what you're saying, there probably is an ideal answer to that. And then the other thing that I've noticed is that I'm still rather bad at filling out. So notice here, right, I really haven't built any units yet. I'm going to have 1 coming online soon, but I do get backed up in terms of my unit production. So the phase drive reactor is screeching and repeating sounds of distortion while it is slowly getting sucked into the void. For a moment, reality starts to shift as the reactor overcharges with blue lightning. Destroyed conduits become whole again. Broken bodies rematerialize and start moving in reverse. But then another flash of lightning strikes and the entire crash scene rewinds. You see everybody die a second time, except now their split echoes keep lingering on next to their smashed remains, and they are opening fire. Oh, enter combat or leave for now? Now we'll enter combat. Okay, we should be able to manage this. Oh god, this is like reverse Freud. I'm killing my mother. Where's Dad? Okay, so this is this melee unit. It's going to kick my ass so that I can learn how to use it. These are standard indentured. So, I mean, it's not terrible to learn. It's definitely not terrible to learn. You learn how something works by getting beaten by it. I am going to be interested to see whether or not I can see this unit, so figuring out if it's a strategic or tactical level benefit. And Ista, what are we looking at in terms of... So this is a melee weapon? Interesting, okay. So we want to worry a little bit more about the melee. Yeah. I think we're still going to employ the same strategy of basically setting up our wall of death and letting them come to us. The fact that they've got more melee units will mean that that's probably a better strategy. All right. So I am kind of curious about this universal camouflage thing. Because, like, I was sort of thinking, is like, okay, well, maybe this indicates, like, you know, these are the tactical level abilities, because escape module, flanker, these all seem useful. It says, cannot be detected while standing on any hex. I'm just kind of curious what detected supposed to mean. I suppose, actually, let's just take a quick second here. Tech probably wouldn't be. Incidentally, if anybody has an easy answer for that, I'm not going to feel too hard done by if you explain exactly what this deal is with camouflage and whatnot. Okay, so the one person so the runner and the overseer I don't want to move yet. Let's see my indentured diodes. So the only drawback with the Wall of Death strategy, of course, is that the AI is going to be able to determine who takes all the shots. So maybe they say, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice this indentured unit. We'll move them up here, clear out these, then the melee unit comes in to cause problems. But there's really no avoiding that, so... Okay, next up. This guy... Well, you know what? They're going to be able to shoot no matter what. So in this case, we'll do like it says on the tin. We'll run to this cover. It's a little tempting to do the bolas on the melee unit on here, but I'm a little bit worried about what Mother Dearest is going to do to us. So, and my hero... I'd kind of like to prioritize the melee side, but obviously I've got a unit there, so we'll move him off to the side to get the other covered. No, god damn it, what am I doing? That's not my hero. I don't want to throw them into the middle, so we will bravely move behind the heavy cover. Nope, I wanted to change their orientation. Alright, well, now I've gone and done it. There are really no great options here, so I'm going to go right up the middle. It's going to be absolutely useless, and we'll just we'll see how the consequences go. So I think there's I need to do something like I need to do something like 5 operations or whatever. Oh man, Mom's got a death wish. So this one's fine because I just take the flanker to take her out. And then we can focus on the melee unit. Oh, that's actually an interesting dilemma.
Available.
So in one sense I could do the bolas to immobilize the mobile unit. That doesn't count as a flank. I'm astonished by that. Does she have some kind of always resisting... Cannot be flanked. Okay. So let's... Well, at least wear her down. I think combat has a lot to do with tactical operations. You stack the deck in tactical, then make sure that you have the ace up your sleeve, and that's different per faction. So there's some nice randomness, especially at a hard setting. The AI can surprise you with tactical. Yeah, I actually I tried a more difficult one on stream, and I had a great time of it. Ooh, that was not a respectable performance. There's probably more exciting things I could have done with that guy, but
hero killed.
Strikes a random enemy unit, dealing 8 arc damage, causing high impact. Interesting. Can jump to 2 additional targets within 3 hexes. I don't think I get to see the overlay though, do I? Sorry, but yeah, so I tried it on a higher difficulty level. It was actually really good. I like the challenge quite a bit. But that was really the moment when I learned, oh god, I actually need to read the unit descriptions on here. So, I think I'm probably going to do one run of the campaign on like the default difficulty or like easy mode first, and then the default difficulty setting is what I say to try and salve my ego. And then after that, I think I'll try the. I'll try bumping up the difficulty for some of the strategic maps. Oh yeah, I want to do TAC Ops. Okay, so I do Arc Discharge if I want to do... Yeah, I actually want to do more than one. But it strikes the start of each enemy turn for 5 units. Nah, you know what? We'll do Arc Discharge, so... I'm gonna do it in this middle one here, because I'm not sure if it bounces out to, like, 2 this way, or if it's like 1, 2, 3. So we'll try this one first so I can learn it. Okay, so that only hit 2. So I think next one I'm going to try and target this guy and see if it bounces among the 3. Although, of course, they're not going to stand still, so it may be I lose the opportunity. And I think we'll just stand and deliver. This guy especially wants us to resolve this issue because he's going to be the one who catches it in the throat. Can he finish him off? Oh, just shy. All right. I was kind of hoping to get these guys... oh, nice. Okay, so I basically wanted to have these guys set up for Overwatch. Now, this is going to be a bit of a standoff with the... Indentured, who also want to be standing there with Overwatch, but I have a flanker unit to... really? This enemy annihilated? This guy's just standing there? I have a flanker unit, so keeping everybody in... Like, so my view on this is keeping people static allows me to move my flanker unit in a more interesting way than theirs. These guys are just going to be coming up a column, and then of course I've got my brave lancers to run in. Oh, hi. Okay, so I think I can probably get some flanking bonuses just by the order that I do this stuff in. How you doing, Pyrobama? So then I think if this guy turns around, yeah.
Enemy down.
Okay, so now I need to make some decisions in oh, actually, first things first, let's slap down another arc discharge and we'll... There we go. So, how do I want to use my flank? Who flanks the flanker? So the problem is I don't think any of these are going to be particularly interesting. So, if I could actually deliver the killing blow on this thing, I'd feel a lot better about this flank. But I can get support from my other guys. So... I'd say, well, Civ, I think Civ, all the combat takes place on the strategic map. So I'd say that this one is a little bit more like a tactical game like XCOM. The way I kind of like describing it, it may be an inappropriate description. I really thought that would give me a flanking bonus. Anyways, this guy can't move, so... Oh, that's right! I completely forgot about the escape module. Alright, well.
Enemy killed.
So I think it's just my commander that I have left. So let's try and get him into a more interesting position. So I could set him up with an Overwatch, but honestly I think in this case just doing the damage. But yeah, so I think basically the way I like to call it is it's inverted XCOM. So where XCOM, the tactical game, is really like what you think of when you play XCOM, and the strategic layer just kind of gives you the bonuses in terms of combat, so like having better armor or a better weapon. Clearly you're going to make certain decisions based on what you've been running into in the battles. In this one here, I'd sort of say that the strategic layer of the game is sort of where most of your focus is, and then when you do battles, like you have the option of having a sort of a unit on each hex, and they can be brought into the combat. So you have, I think it's 6, basically you have like 6 units in an army, 6 hexes around, so 36, and then of course you have the 6 in the center tile, So I believe you can have up to 42 units plus whatever you summon inside of the combat. It can get pretty spectacular. So, yeah, actually, Dememoet. Please let me know if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. By the way, makes a good point. This is part of this is like the fourth entry in a long-standing series. The Age of Wonders games have normally had sort of a fantasy theme, but obviously, I actually, again, I was saying this earlier, the sort of pivot to science fiction was a really smart choice. They did a great job of it, just because to me, the factions are really creative and interesting. Okay, so I got to be a little careful in terms of how I plan this out, right? This guy's still immobilized from the bolas, so yeah, in this case, there's no reason to get clever. We'll just eliminate the
enemy destroyed.
Most immediate threat. The real question, though, is can I do something interesting with my hero that lets these guys move up? The thing is, if I move my hero too many times, no, we'll do this. It kind of keeps them out in the open, but no need to think about this.
Serves them right. The Syndicate rules supreme.
Dimamut. Oh yeah, no. I mean, if I'm going to be saying it in the chat, I want to try and do it reasonably well. I'm just going to take a second here and see what the watch replay function does. It's kind of, I wonder if it's like Frozen Synapse where it removes the turn-based element and you just kind of see what it would look like in real time, or if it's if you play it turn by turn. Yeah, I agree completely with what the real Hieronymus said. Now, I mean, the challenge here is that I haven't actually gone very deep in the game. Usually the scenarios are done before I go very far in the tech tree. And this is just... okay, so it is turn by turn. I guess there's no way of showing it in real time now that I think of it, but... I guess I need to do that. We don't need to watch this again. That wasn't that impressive of a win. But yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for story stuff, right? So I'm going to be focusing on that. But again, all the factions sort of have their own flavor. Oh, god damn it! I didn't mean to click that. All right, Marlock, what have you done? Could you not leave us in peace? Lady Ista, Mother, I had to do everything in my power to save you. Our bloodline mustn't end like this. What happened? Why did the Pharaon 2 crash? Ignorant child, our house ceased to exist more than 3 decades ago. The betrayal cost us everything except our pride. I deserved to die before the last bit of nobility had vanished from our family. I don't understand. We were supposed to lay open the injustice that was brought upon us, restore honor to the name of the House Pharaon. Honor? Don't you dare use that word that you've so little knowledge of. Learning that my son had broken his indentured contract and acted up as a leader of some silly slave rebellion? There could have been no greater shame, or so I thought, until I saw you with that Kirko, the last descendant of House Pharaon, had become the servant of a bug. I crash-landed this ship onto Obelisk 5's surface. It is better for the lady of House Pharaon to perish than to witness the last decline of her kin. Goodbye, Marlock. The abyss waits me. We still need to investigate this? I'm astonished. Oh, okay, actually, sorry. So I probably didn't click anything. It probably just went to the dialogue, and then this is the screen that went by. The destabilized phase drive reactor vanishes into the void anomaly, which is now consuming all that is left of Pharaon 2. The experience with the phase echoes has given you new insights into void tech, but considering what happened, this seems like a small consolation. So we gain vortex instability, 172 knowledge, void storm. Oh, anomalous site will become a void storm, and quantum echo.
Objective completed.
Okay, we've got the Tyrant Gauntlet, powerful melee attack. Not really what I need. So let's try and get some of these quests done. We'll do Theft Corrupts Life first, and then the Locust Swarm now. Ah! No, thank you. So what are we looking at here? 460? Wait a minute. It's a Hopper Hound Psychos, and they've somehow got a helicopter. Oh, well, no, okay. Spacer helicopter. That makes sense. Alright, so we gotta wait next turn. If you have every upgrade tier 1, it's arguably better than higher tiers, and then balancing out higher tiers is that you have the limit to stack counts that can... Are you talking about like the mods, or are you talking about
Haven't I met you somewhere before? This is no pickup line. My instruments indicate you're a temporal anomaly. Or am I reality's echo?
Sorry?
Rutger Norris II, Echo Walker.
Are you talking about like the actual text, or is this like mods that you're referring to? Basic, and you can really... Yeah, I mean, actually, so one of the things that really impressed me was there was like a bunch of tier 4 and 5 units in one of the like investigations, and with Vanguard we were still sort of able to customize our units to a point that that we were able to overcome. I mean, we had some casualties, but that makes sense if you have a substantial power difference. So I was really impressed by that. All right, this is a
Just envision a better life where all the tasks you hate are automated. We don't wish to replace you with a robot. Once it's trained, you'll thank us for eliminating inefficiencies. Dean Nupar, efficiency expert.
Okay. At this point, I think environmental conditioning is the way to go, because we are developing our colonies a little too slowly. All right, what do we want to give you? So, for those of you who are experienced, could somebody explain to me exactly what the universal camouflage thing is? Like, I know it's explained to me that you get, like, you can't be detected on a hex, but I'm not entirely sure what that gains me. So, archaeology exploit choices and anomalous sites now take 1 fewer turn. I mean, this will probably help me making progress. And an extra research reward. Okay, so if I do that, I wouldn't complain about the extra health. Teleport might be kind of helpful too. Or I can save the points. Let's do phase shift. I haven't really used it that much, but that doesn't mean that that won't become helpful. You can't be seen on the strategic map, especially by units, except by units with detection, and to be honest, it's probably mostly useful in multiplayer. Okay, so yeah, that was the thing I wasn't sure about, like, because it seems to be combined with all of the other more, like, tactical level abilities, so I wasn't sure if I was missing something or not.
Colony established.
All right. I hope that I haven't been generating energy this whole time, so we'll still go biofarm, and I'll get that recreational dome out of the way right at the start. We'll figure out the rest as we go by, although I have a surplus. I don't want to empty my treasury for that. Alright, the hell am I going to do with these guys? Probably should have thought through that upgrade, because if this guy is in charge of my main army, am I really going to want to have him running around archaeological sites this whole time? So, seeing as we've kind of given up on getting this guy his extra units, our scanners have detected a faint signal of unknown origin being emitted from a distinct sandbank in the desert. We should excavate the sand to uncover the signal source. Alright. So I can get this guy to do a mission, but for now, let's think about the next sector we want to annex. Or not. Well, I can keep going down the research path. And actually, it's not really the worst choice I could be making, looking at all my other alternatives. Question is, do I want to spend my... No, I can't spend my Cosmite on this. Okay. Whatever buff it is, the highest base tier upgrades have similar armor buffs, although only slightly more for higher tiers. The kicker is there is no upgrade other than mods to increase weapon damage. The choice to make weapon damage much harder to upgrade is key. The result is that 5 tier 1s focusing a tier 4 has the same effect as 5 or 4 high tiers. The engines of our war machines are nothing without the engines of industry and economy. We have land and colonies, but we could have so much more. It's time for us to find ways to fully exploit this world so that we might gain riches beyond imagining. Research any resource improvement in the economy tree, build a sector specialization, and upgrade a sector to level 2. So let's just realign our... Okay, we've already got the upgrade in mind here. So we can do society, investment center. We've really been focusing on military, so we'll knock that one up. Again, to the detriment of my units, but we already know that I've made that decision. So we'll end turn and we will clobber some.
Not every enticement lodged in your eyes is what you think. Always trusting your eyes over our traditional wisdom. Fine, go chase the horizon. Your fondest dreams will evaporate. Nefertiti Issakhar, Syndicate Oracle.
At least when you play the Syndicate, you get the really nice dialogue options. Or the research readouts. Alright, so I was going to say something in terms of the research before. So we can spend early and we get what? A tank. Basically tanks. They're both called Wraiths? Oh, oh, sorry, I get it. So it's for a hero and a... Right. I'm just dumb. So again, we're going to ask, do we want a difference of 8 turns? What would I build to get the benefit? So preventative control, I mean, I think the SciTech Vision Enhancer was some... Oh yeah, so like these don't really set me on fire. But if they give me military dominance, what does that give me? Right. And then we move up to augmented force, which would give me 25% boost to indentured. This is just for overseers, so this is actually... Yeah, this is the problem that I run into here, is that I don't actually have any obvious... I don't have any obvious paths to go down now, because the Void Tech, I'll be honest with you, it's not really exciting me with my current setup. I don't really see, like, I don't have anybody in the area, so employee deception doesn't really do anything. Again, I can go for the tank, which is a long wait, but it means that I'm potentially cutting myself off from some cool improvements. So I'll do preventative control for now. So I think I might be missing something by what you're talking about here in terms of the tiers. So are you just talking about the fact that it's... are you just talking about the units that you're getting from it? Or is there something by the fact that I've actually gotten to this tier that's changing the way that I play the game in general? Because I'm not aware of the... like, if you're supposed to get some benefit from... Tier 3 just for hitting Tier 3. I think I've actually missed the... I lost the plot on that. I have no idea what I want to do with this guy. I think I'm just going to use him as a scout, so... So I would have tried to mod these guys, but we're going to go into combat. Like I said, we need to start punching some of the locals. So a little bit of damage, but nothing to be too scared of. The Spacer Helicopter... Spacer Helicopter is the thing I'm mostly worried about, to be honest. Or sorry, the Helicopter. And I think we'll just do this usual wall of death. Although the Hopper Hound's probably gonna put a bit of a damper on that plan. Probably shouldn't have done that with the weaker unit, but... Oh yeah, this is actually not as good of a spawn as I thought it would be. So, we need to make sure that... So this guy winds up being bait unintentionally. And we'll build some support for him. not entirely sure this is going to do what I want, but I'm going to make a judgment. So again, it's possible they go out and around like this, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. My flanker. I think I'm going to get the flanker to focus on the aerial unit. Take a defensive position. The tier 3 tend to be tanks with one or more range, so they force the enemy arm. Okay, I see what you're talking about. So you're talking about the advantage that the units give you. Sorry, I see what you mean. All right. So I haven't actually used the cerebral override, which is something that strikes me as very helpful in my, if not my current situation, when I should be taking greater advantage of. So I do want to make sure that I'm close to the action. Yeah, I can do that right. Oh, God. So I can actually throw this in right away. And, God, do I really want to try this? Okay, so theoretically, if I were to do this, how would I move him? Maybe something over here. Because I really don't like his positioning. Mind you, all of this was sort of in reaction to him being here. You know what? Let's give this a shot. I want to see how this stuff works. Ah. I moved this guy to an inconvenient location. All right. And that is not nearly as exciting as I thought it would be. All right. Well, lesson learned. Ah, congratulations, Isaacson. At least some of the Overwatch did something. Please go after the leader. Nope.
Operations
all right.
ready.
So that all sucked. It's basically the story there. Let's start. So Time Warp does all units and a 1 hex radius. Friendly units gain fast movement. Enemy units. Well, it's a little late for that. So let's just do the good old-fashioned arc discharge.
Enemy killed.
Get a little bit of breathing room. So it seemed like... Yeah, it doesn't seem like I got a whole lot out of that. I remember this thing, like, destroyed me the last time that I ran into it. So it says regains all of their action points, but I didn't really seem to have that much to do. But again, I've only ever seen it used on me, so I might just be missing... I might be missing something. At this point, let's just clear out the riffraff.
Good riddance.
So this guy is in not a great spot. This isn't exactly a great spot. I mean, I'm acting like this guy's going to be taken out, and it's not like he's going to be... Jesus. Just took out my own guy. So normally I'd want to take him out, take out the helicopter. So let's take advantage of the flank. Now we will...
Right.
Try and recover a little bit of this disgraceful showing. I haven't actually played the Outer Worlds yet, the Eyes of Sin. But yeah, the setting... I refuse to believe that that's not... No, fair enough. So do I want to get my own flank from this guy? You know what? We'll run with it. This isn't necessarily the smartest move on my part, seeing as this guy's a bit weak. I'm curious if the Arc Power Blast... Yeah, it's not not even remotely close enough. Yeah, we'll go for it.
Good riddance.
So the fact that that was so clowny is going to leave me
The
in a...
Syndicate rules supreme.
Oh, you know what? If I was smart, I would have used my Overseer to heal up one of those units, so I wouldn't have to wait the next turn. So
Objective completed.
the real problem with this is that to try and deal with the people who are stealing from the growth, that leaves me... obviously, I'm in a weaker spot than I should have been from a fight like that, so... We are reunited with our crystalline kindred. We savor the remains of the fallen sinners. You have proven that your essence is worthy of our generosity. So I had 3 turns remaining. I wonder if there's a way of
Operations primed and ready.
Okay, well, we have a little bit of time for the Locust Plague, so we'll move on that. So what about the setting? What about the setting makes you think of the Outer Worlds, Sin? I'm actually quite intrigued by it. I just knew that I wouldn't have the time to play it, so again, I'm doing the reckless move of putting solo units out on their own. All right, this is really just so I can say I did a strategic operation. Wait, so I can't see this unit?
Production ready.
This is all where I want it to be, I think. I suppose... Okay, so yeah, there's the question, do I want to knock out a couple more diodes? I might as well get it in the queue. I can always adjust it later. And at some point I do need a specialist training center, although that's really just there so I can say I did it. Symbiont Marlock Tenor, why do you aid the enemies of the Mother Node? We would ask you to stop aiding our foes. Doing quests for other factions will damage your relations with the Growth faction. Probably should have thought about that, but we already were on the quest, so... Oh God! Take the long way around. What is this? 480. Oh, damn it. I should have thought that through. In my effort to try and avoid them, I actually prevented us from being able to engage. Unexploited... Right, this one. So we will build the research. We'll throw that up the queue. I wonder, do I lose... Yeah, I do. I want the military research anyway, so... Can select the runner in the stack, move it to the quest, start... Are you well... Wait, so you're saying this would actually bring the rest of the... That's a weird mechanic. Fair enough. I need to be a little more careful this time around, because it's entirely possible I lose units, and again, because I'm really bad at restoring my my army, that means I'm going to be down a man for the majority of the time. Cover doesn't really mean a whole lot. Well, you're going to be the one who gets eaten by them, so... now here's a question. Let's see what Cerebral Override does in this case. Alright, now I'm just confused by that. So this one seemed to give him the full treatment again.
Enemy destroyed.
Sungif, yes. Paradox was kind enough to send a press copy or whatever you call these things, and I am very happy they did, because I like this game a lot. Obviously, people are not learning top-tier strats from this, but I'm having a really great time just kicking around the new campaign and seeing what it's like. Alright, so I can never remember. The Beetle Baby has a spit, but I can't remember if it's an area of effect or not. One way or another, it is kind of a nasty one. But then the Blade Maw is going to be running in and spiking my guys. You know what? I'm going to weaken the Blade Maws a bit. Alright, so again, I want to be a little careful on the positioning of these guys. You know what? I think I'm going to set these guys up with Overwatch. I'm just a little nervous. I'm a little nervous that they'll be caught unawares. Oh, Jesus. I am going to regret this, but you only YOLO once. Now my flanker. I don't want to make him too tasty to this thing, but... Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I don't, like, I have a terrible memory for this stuff. It says that it targets a unit. I was just mostly worried about how I'm clustering these guys up, so I'm curious whether or not I'll be penalized for putting that low health unit up front. Yikes! Are they all stacking? God damn it.
Fallen.
Oh, I shouldn't have used the fresh unit on that.
Destroyed.
This guy would have been better for that. Alright, well, I mean, I definitely wasn't anticipating everybody focusing down on that guy, but...
Good riddance. Enemy eliminated. Our forces are victorious.
That one line sounds like the guy's a little too close to the mic.
Objective completed.
Alright, I mean, a pity, but that's life. So let's just take a minute here, and I'm going to realign the priorities so that my replacement goes up a little bit higher. As far as, okay, backstab, able to exploit any and all opportunities. This hero has flanker dealing 25% more damage. He already has it though, so that doesn't really give me a whole lot. All units gain 1 shield. I mean, this is, I'm not going to complain about that. Yeah, you know what? I definitely like stuff that buffs the entire army. Sorry, something confused me in chat. We've located a very old mining facility from a time when the Star Union first contracted what would become the Dvar. Although the logo is different, the name Red Core is as a revered name among the Dvar. It was this conglomerate that first pioneered the use of exosuits. So we got food development. Delving deeper into the forgotten facilities, we discovered what appears to be very primitive tech and tools used to weather the most extreme environments. Surprisingly, there's tech here that requires the use of cosmite, though the element was secret to the general population of the Star Union. Using our mature understanding of cosmite, we think that we may be able to piece together some of the broken prototypes. So we can ignore the prototype, clean up the quarry. or use Cosmite to try and complete the prototype, it's a 50% chance of a loss, and it is giving up a resource that I really don't want to... You know, it's obviously one that I can't really afford to be losing, but let's run with it. Oh god, there's a Marauder
Food is a
unit.
governing tool. Just as fuel is essential to power a machine, food is the ruling principle of happy, strong, and productive colonists. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
I think we got this as a reward, but I'll hit select new research just to be sure. Yeah, actually I could have seen that just by the icon, but... Alright. This is my assassin, so... we'll get them to try and reinforce the good guys. Uh, 6 hours ago, your time, but on Wednesday, and yes, maybe you shouldn't have our D&D planning talk. Well, I mean, I don't mind. So, it really depends if the, like, if it becomes this just monopoly of the chat and there's no other kind of interaction that I can have, then it's kind of, could you guys maybe move it to another location? Even my Discord, because that's, like, that never has activity. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to feel... Like I said, I'm not going to feel all that hard done by if you need if you want to have some chats. I leave it to your judgment in terms of what's acceptable. We kind of already know the lay of the land in the higher level. Again, I don't have the Cosmite to get this guy's quest fulfilled, so I might as well use him as a scout. Well, I mean, that, or at some point I could just get him to join the unit of Misfit Toys, but... Would you look at that? If it isn't the rebellious indentured from Minerva II, House Farron truly has become a pitiful disgrace to all the Syndicate. First the attempt to loot the Aurate Treasury, and now this. My grandfather was a great man. As Warden of the Aurate Treasury, he enjoyed the trust of the ruling Seven, and had no reason to risk the position of our house. It should have been obvious that he was framed for someone else's crime. You haven't seen the riches of the Azurate Treasury, have you? Your grandfather wasn't the first one to yield to its temptation, though he may have come closest to getting away with it. Luckily, we can soon conclude the last chapter of your house's sorry tale. The bounty on your head will be a convenient way to cover our expenses on Obelisk 5. Nyla Abez has made it very clear that she wants to claim the bounty on your head for starting as the Syndicate Slave Rebellion. In order to be left in peace, you will need to crush her. Alright, this is an indentured, so if it comes to a fight, we may be able to handle it. I absolutely love these mods. Look at him! By the way, is Johnny still around? I feel like I should just take a minute and do a proper shout out for him. Johnny came in a little bit earlier. He does play different styles of games, although we were talking about the other worlds not too long ago. He is my favorite caster, and when I gave him a shout out, it was when there was like 4 people who all already know him inside there in the chat. So
annexed.
For those of you who are looking for good streamers, the best I can actually say is if somebody does ! Johnny_big_time and chat, you will get to see exactly why I think he is my favorite well, I know he is my favorite streamer on Twitch. There's no... Well, I also think that, but you know what I mean. But I did want to just take a quick minute while it was fresh in my mind I meant to do that when there was a little bit more of a pulse in chat. Thank you, Sungif. Ambassador produced research sector
Production
upgrades. Wait, where are they? I feel like these are like one turn behind. Alright, Forgotten's obviously mad that I did something for the growth. Well, I'm pretty sure we're not doing any non-aggression pacts with these guys. Let me just take a quick minute here. So the operator, we needed to use a covert operation. Ah, yes. So...
Operations available for priming.
Click 50% of a targeted players. Yeah, let's run it. So a couple things I want to do. I'd like to... Yikes. I don't know what that sound was, but I want to try and recover this for myself. I want to reunite my units. I'm scared that these guys are going to mob my my army. So forgotten, we are taxed by your actions, all the essence that we must not consume. Give us energy for now. I will do that to keep them happy. When your friend and you dropped a toilet on the police. I feel there's a backstory that we need to hear there. Alright, Hail Isran. What do I want to do with you? So let's take a minute here. So Essence Disciple, at the end of combat, the hero gains 2 XP for every Essence charge they're carrying. Essence Harvest. Wait a minute. Enter, regenerate 1 Essence charge. Oh, neat. So I can set them up for defense, and I just basically get experience for... Well, I always get experience for showing up. Frenzied Assault, units melee attack. Well, we're not letting it do melee attacks, so no point there. Fury of the Swarm, we don't actually have any other Swarm Shield units, so this is not a useful one. Links itself to it. Right, this is actually not a bad one, especially if I start going down the path for some extra vitality. Actually, it's already pretty good for vitality. I usually do like going for Infantry Commander because I really like stuff that buffs individual units, but I think I really do like the idea of getting some extra experience early on for this guy. And I think I will set him up with Selfless Sacrifice because you never know when that'll come in useful. Eureka! We've managed to successfully repair the prototype and restore mining production. Interesting, the Devar encounter suits are highly dependent on Cosmite. Researchers back then still hadn't decided on a name for the enigmatic substance, using strange names like Mysterionium, Energion, Voidinium, and, our favor, Weird Stuffium. You forgot Unobtainium. We've learned a lot about this technology, secrets the Devar kept to themselves. It should help us improve our own production capabilities. Yes, I believe that's part of the new tech here. So Essence seems to be so originally I kind of saw it as like a vampire thing, but then I guess that would be the assembly as well. So it seems like Essence has a lot of different units, and you generally get it by taking out other units. I'll see if I can try and I'll see if I can show that off, but all right, looks like we can annex a sector for my new colony already. The real question, of course, is where do I want to go? The Cosmite would be helpful, but it would also be nice to try and get the food. I suspect the shrine I'm going to have to fight something for it, so maybe we'll hold off on that. Damp rainforest isn't bad, but we are going to have to tell these guys to take a hike if we want the Cos. You know what? I kind of feel like the Cosmite is my highest priority right now. So even though the resources aren't exactly great, we'll sort of stifle the development.
Extend your mind into the detectors. You will see colors that are symbolic because your natural eyes cannot see them. It takes time to train your mind, but soon you will see light you cannot see. Nomit Pul, Scion Master of House Dolan.
Alright. I think I got this because I wanted to go for military dominance. Alternatively, I could go for covert offensive, because 9 turns isn't quite as bad. You know what? Actually, this Deploy Sentinel seems like that was one that was really attractive. So, actually, so here's a quick question for you guys. This is less about what tech I should get, but I was talking about how I struggle a little bit in terms of traversing the tech tree. So I'm curious, especially for some of the more experienced players in here.
It's important to imagine this patch of land without the raging hell fracture of cosmic death spewing forth pollutants from a dimension of pure agony and horror. Phil Dunford, Imperius 4 Colony Real Estate Agency.
I'm a little curious how you guys go down tech trees. Do you have a really clear idea in mind? Do you tend to find that your playthroughs will invite particular decisions? Or is it really the case that there are some clearly dominant techs that you basically always go for? Alright, select new tech. Alright, apparently we just get a ton of stuff for free. think I'm tempted for operation effectiveness so that I can get the extra tactical points. And then following that, I feel like quantum gain, I should have got quantum gain quite a bit sooner, although... Colony infrastructure probably would have been a good one for me to think as well.
For too long, our world has been a loose conglomerate of frontier settlements. We cannot afford to ignore one another if there is the threat of an attack. We need to activate global policies and doctrines. It's time we unify. Percival Lord, first governor of Horizon Alpha.
I've also been ignoring the...
Operations primed and ready.
Cool. Our agents have successfully infiltrated the enemy's facilities and have installed the energy siphons. In a few turns, the sequence will complete and the stolen energy will be transmitted to us. Not that I really need the extra stolen energy, but... doctrines. So, noble diplomats for every faction you're at peace with. We're probably not going to do that. I probably should have activated the builder a while ago, so we'll prime that one, and then the other one that gives me sort of bonuses towards my resources will be the other. And where was my... I probably should have got this guy running on the Annex New Sectors job, but it's a little late for that now. Let's get him to... Yeah, we'll keep looking. You're about to try... No, that's fine. I don't want to start a fight yet. Although there may be an argument for me trying to... do an early war. Alright. Now I gotta think a little bit. Alright, pod smugglers, right. This is the... I think I'm more inclined... I think, actually, not even for any gameplay reason. I'm just more inclined to like the growth a bit more. So I kind of want to make sure that I keep them in line with the... with pod smugglers. Okay, this is my new colony. We already built the infrastructure we wanted. At some point I will be doing an upgrade for the annex. Should probably produce the botanical gardens in both areas right away. Although I may also want to do the standard military infrastructure because we are ripe for the picking right now. Nope, botanical gardens it is. And we'll queue these up, but again, I don't think it's actually very likely that I'm going to do them. Okay, and for you, I always get caught with people being disgruntled, so I'll try and put that in. I do actually want to start using more of my energy, but in this case here I want to keep the 150 in reserve, so...
Incoming communication.
You need to rethink this relation of yours. You'll need to rethink this relation of ours, Marlock Tenor. You are an abomination, an obstacle in this planet's return to greatness. I mean...
Happiness event.
I wouldn't be too mad about declaring war. Alright, so the dominant techs before this expansion tended to be one of development's food tech or finance, but the aim is finance. You can only change that if the area around you doesn't provide any balance. You need to focus on the tiles not the upgrades. And then you move into the terrain upgrades. You go wide, expand. Research can't help you with holding actual territory. Is essentially best used when you can't expand. So you pick one, then you move on to the text behind it. So are you saying like you go deep down one of the trees, or are you saying more that you... Or are you saying that you say it's like I pick like energy, research, food, and just go... No, because I think what you're saying finance is like you want to focus mostly on energy there, right? I think it's just you might be using a couple of terms that I might be misunderstanding. You like the snooty elf? I never even thought of them as elves. This is the first time I'm playing the Syndicate. Our analysts have revealed the location of a Star Union ruin which may contain artifacts of great value. We should probably send a hero-led expedition as soon as possible. Yep, along with all of the other tasks. Expansion is everything, and tile quality. The map dictates success. Text flow is just with... Okay, gotcha. Okay, so if I do 5 more covert operations, I get a reward.
Empire task completed.
Ah, and we get a big dump truck of energy. That's nice. Along with the operator, which covert and strategic... Oh yeah, we already got that, so... Let me just take a quick sip of water. Okay. From the Forgotten. We hunger for the dead, the rot sustains us, but we lose eternal essence with each fruitless exertion. We feel it leaking away. The crystalline vessels that hold our beloved essence degrade too rapidly. We require your strength to preserve ours by building more vessels. So the Serpian doesn't tell me what it does. I'm going to close this for a little bit, because there's two, like, basically I can just try and compensate the growth every time I do something for the Forgotten. Actually, I'm going to, I'll close this for a minute. I want to see what I get from the Forgotten and whether or not I want to really make them feel good. Do I have multiple monitors that I haven't been paying attention to? Let's get you... peeking at the bad guys. Looks like they found my monitor. That's fine, I just kind of put that down so I could get the ability. Alright. So they're going for a fire focus. I don't really think I have a direct answer to that one way or the other. There was something I was looking for. Right, I wanted to see what the Forgotten will give me. Okay, so rot proliferation. Proliferate the rot to target non-mindless infantry enemy unit. Has 8 strength to gain bleak essence, which transforms the unit into desolate when it dies, permanently under your control. On failure, it gains entropic decay instead. That sounds like a really cool ability. Energy drain. Yeah, see the thing. This is all the. These are the new. These are like the new words. This is the stuff where you get the essence charges. So there's a side of me that kind of wants to do this just so I can see all the new mechanics. But the growth might also give me something as well. The Serpian. Let's take a look at what you give me. It's not a bad unit at all, actually. Alright. No, you know what? I'm declining this one. I don't want to give up 200 production at a time when I really need it. Okay, as far as my hero is concerned, we'll try and pick up the goodies. What's the deal with this event? Essential Cure, right. And this guy I'm basically using as a scout unit just to see what we're up against. Hooray! Uh-oh. Man, I really should have thought that through. Well, now we get to see what the pig does. Okay, so the Mega Sow, Infectious Chomp, Consume. Oh, Christ Almighty! And then I also remembered these guys are absolutely devastating on my melee unit. So I kind of feel like we all just need to group up and pray. Oh no, the runner unit. Okay, immobilizing the winged beasties is definitely a way to go. This is going to be tough. But we'll do our best. I think the problem is that if I take the defensive route, I am going to... I think I'm going to wind up in a situation I can't handle if I'm too passive on this. So I'm going to try and use the bolas to keep one of these guys from disrupting me too much. And we'll see where the rest takes us. Speaking of madness, let's just double check exactly what the Mega Sow does. So Infectious Chomp bypasses all shields, debilitating infection, 12 strength chance to apply debilitating infection to biological and cyborg units for 3 turns. Resistance, large target, rancid stench, adjacent enemy. Oh god. Yeah. So operations are probably going to be what I need here. Yeah, they're kind of conservative in the movement. Ready. So, so if I drop one of these things, I don't think it'll affect the air units. But I'm pretty sure the arc discharge... Yeah, I get to like drop 6 of these. Alternatively, I can also... No, it's random unit. Yeah, I'll take advantage of the clustering and unleash hell. So again, I want to be a little careful that this guy doesn't wind up in my range. Nice. Well, I think we're holding the ground. I'd like to be a little bit more creative, but I can't get them into a position where I want them. I thought I immobilized you. Why?
Enemy eliminated.
I don't even get to look at the unit anymore. All right, so obviously we need to get to safety. But ideally it's... damn it. Yep, I think I'm just going to take advantage of the fact that I move quick. And I'll do a very brave thing. Okay. Alright, this guy is still not going to be wrecking us for the... until one more turn, so... Oh, but we are bleeding, so I gotta be mindful. Do I want to get my money's worth from the arc discharge, or do I want to try and shoot them to death? I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to take that thing out, but... Just want to see if there's anything that stops it from being... Okay. I'm mildly curious whether or not we can flank this thing. What? Alright, that was kind of an irrelevant move, but... Hooray!
Enemy down.
Sorry guys, I am...
Syndicate rules supreme.
I'm fascinated by what I'm reading in here, but I don't have a lot to add to it, so I'm sorry if you're wanting... Let me know if you want a response to something, and I will speak up. All right, we did not lose the base. I can beat the AI on easy mode. This is good. Okay, growth faction demand. We demand Sonreal's essence to keep symbiosis, Marlock Tenor. It's pretty expensive, but we've got a big... So actually, because I've got this big surplus, I should be rushing some tech, or rushing some building. A strangely likable traveling man of diminutive stature told us that you could invent the technology to create a pest repellent device. He said that most creatures do not like ultrasonic sounds. We want this device to protect our mother nodes. Please provide them. It would be kind of nice if I didn't have to give up research, but then you always have to give up something to do the faction stuff, so... Unexploited sector, well, we went for research for a reason. Well, we went for Cosmite, technically, but... 42 energy I'm willing to spend. I probably also want to eventually get rid of these biofarms. They've kind of served their purpose.
Incoming communication.
Alright, I get it. You don't like me.
Operations available for priming.
I think, yeah, we're still waiting on one of the techs for the next next one. I think I'm going to do the monitor, though. Again, just another chance to keep an eye on the bad guys. Okay, so 2 territories. If I can get my armies together, it would not be a terrible time for me to slap them around a bit. Okay, my weakened group. You find a transport containing a salvageable production stash. Unfortunately, the stash's systems are destroyed and provide no data on its origin, destination, or the event that led to its destruction. Sorry, sorry, what are you apologizing for? Sorry, I wasn't like admonishing chat or anything like that. That was just me saying, like, I tend to be okay with the chat interactivity, and I'm really interested in terms of what I'm reading, but the one thing I try and do for like the YouTube VOD is to read the activity that's going on inside of chat, and obviously there's a little bit more going on than I'm able to follow up with and still play the game, but I'm actually really interested in what's going on. I just wanted to comment on the fact that I haven't been responding to it, and it's not for a lack of interest. It's just I wanted to make sure that I wasn't... Basically, I just wanted to make sure that people didn't feel like I was upset with what was going on, and apparently I communicated just that, so my bad. All right, take the production. What are we up against? Enforcer, Indenture. Yeah, I think we can afford the... It would have been nice to have another indenture to level them up, but this is a manageable run. So I want to be a little more scared of the assembly. So I got two minds of this. Like, there's one where I just focus down the assembly right away. But then that might let the enforcer creep up on me. But then I've got the bolas for that, so yeah, we'll just charge headlong into the assembly and hope we kill it before we let it heal. Well, how's that working out for me? I want to see where my other guys go before... Oh, that's right. We're down in indentured. That still wasn't great. Probably an Overwatch would have been a little smarter there. Do they have any kind of like a grenade or something like that? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to finish the job though. So suppose the question is, do I want to like sit down... Yeah, so they're definitely going to be using me for spare parts. So the question is, do I want to unleash hell, or do I want to set up the Overwatch? Probably would have been smarter for me to hold back and do the Overwatch. You know, I'll just hit him in the face. And I would have wanted to use the bolas on this guy, but let's... Well, yeah, I don't actually have anything else to do, so... We'll just go for defense. Alright, let's see the consequences of my poor decisions. Oh wait, this guy's got the Bone Crusher. Alright, I am completely fine with them going after the hero. He can take a punch.
Operations ready.
Okay, so I definitely want to smack this guy with the bola. Well, okay, no, first things first.
Enemy destroyed.
So obviously taking advantage of the flank. So in that case, the bolas may not be necessary.
Serves them right.
So now what I want to try and do is kind of similar to the last time. These guys don't have a grenade, so I think this will get me a flank. Yeah. And then I can move these guys around to try and get another flank. Or, you know what? This probably won't count. But I'm still going for it. Oh, you know what? Pulling back on that move. I probably could have killed him from this spot now that I think about it. Oh, lesson learned. The one thing it does let me do, though, is I take my weakest unit. Oh, really? Oops. I keep forgetting. Escape does nothing. Well, it does something, but doesn't do the thing I want. Ah! Are you really not able to heal an indentured? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, just normally the thing, I for some reason seem to feel that it like closes the distance for you on some. Maybe it's just a little inconsistent in how it does it. Anyways, we got what we wanted.
Eliminated. The Syndicate rules supreme. Objective completed.
We thank you for your generosity and ingenuity. You are truly a master of this world and blessed by Sonerel. Please accept our bounty. So we get the... Oh, I remember the soldier bees. These guys terrified me on one of the earlier campaign missions. Okay, so I think it's pretty much... I've already decided that I'm making the army of misfit toys. So all my extra units are just gonna wind up gobbled up by these guys.
Empire task completed.
Okay. If a man with a spade could build a hovel, imagine what he might build with all the tools that technology provides. It is time for us to give our armies the tools that they need to build our glorious new empire. We gain the Technologist, which will give us 2 tactical operation points, and they are 25% cheaper to use. And we also get the Glint shotgun, which is cute, but probably won't do too much for us.
Enacted.
Okay, we've got the Builder, which
Sector annexed.
roughly at the time that we probably aren't actually getting the benefits from it, but fair enough.
Empire task completed.
The Economist is not a surprising one for me to get. The engines of our war machines are nothing without the engines of industry and economy. We have land and colonies, but we could have done so much more. It's time for us to find ways to fully exploit this world so that we might gain riches beyond imagining. Research any resource improvement in the economy tree, build sector specialize. Yeah.
Production ready.
All right. Oh, that's a little more than I want to spend on that rush. I mean, I'll add it, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to throw it away later.
Production ready. Production ready. Production ready.
We've got the Negotiator. Yeah, we're not signing friendship pacts.
Empire task completed.
The Emissary. The world teams with life. Oh yes, this is the NPC factor one. So more influence from quests, but we do not get the 25 because the bad guys got it. And the growth like us. So our symbiosis has been altered, Marlock Tenor. Now available for trade. Worker Bee, Soldier Bee, and Poison Gland. So the Worker Bee really threw me for a loop because it can heal other units. The Soldier Bee I just think is painful, and Poison Gland. So I will admit, I don't actually think the gains from the growth are all that exciting for like this run that I'm doing. Poison Gland, specialized glands coat the unit's melee attacks with poison, granting 8 strength chance that something becomes poison. Euphoric spores improve morale. Verdant growth, doctrine operation, the growth have taught us the complex. Okay, extra food will help me get more workers. Yeah, I think this is going to be a trickier one. Lolball, thank you very much for the follow. I'm not 100% sure what I really want to do with those growth units. So, like, I want to be nice to them for story reasons, but I don't actually think they give me the sort of stuff that I'm too excited about right now. All right, the Army of Misfit Toys. What do I want to do with you? First thing I want to do is kindly ask these folks to F off. We'd like to purchase this location for a fair price. Please be our guests. We indulge you now that in a coming day we may savor your essence. That's nice to hear. We should also... Ooh, here's a question. So we're going to be dealing with hopper hounds and a beetle. And I've got kind of specialist units. Well, I mean, they count as light infantry, but for me, specialist. So this is like my flanker and my guild assassin. Neither of them have Overwatch. But I do have Share the Pain. I think I'm going to be a big baby and wait until I get at least one more unit for that. And again, I'm not gonna complain about having a little intelligence on the enemy, so. Doctrines. Do I want to do any... No, because I still wanted that resource-oriented one.
Fear not, kindred. They have big guns and thick armor, but watch how slowly they move. At every creaking joint is a weakness we can strike. I choose speed and tactics. Watch me pick them apart. Pax Rex of House Coatl, assault on Devata.
So I'm a little interested in terms of what the Sentinel will do. It's going to be a fairly costly one because clearly I'm going to be using up my tactical almost all my tactical operations for the first summoning. And I think at this point I will go for the tank.
You won't believe how paranoid you become once you finally glimpse the future and all the possibilities that hinge upon individual choices. Emperor Tholian.
Alright, let's take a look at the new research. So, Dawn of a New Union, what does that get me? Planetary Unification Protocol, awaken the planet core node, and petition for status as planetary unifier. This will start a timer that can end the game. Unification efforts. Do I look like a unifier to you? Okay, colony infrastructure. Upgrading the transit infrastructure will reduce travel time within the Empire's domain. That strikes me as something helpful, but probably... I should really be taking a look at what ground I can improve. Also, I should be considering another colony at this point. Also, you know, building units. Counter-ops will give me access to intelligence gathering, reduce target players' operation defense by 4, and bonus range... Or I just go straight for effectiveness. Okay, let's take a look at the lay of the land. So, where are we? Am I missing something in surely there's a better way for me to figure out what types of territory I have. So we've got mountain, arid, fungal, fertile. I don't even know if you get the... Oh, yeah, mouse over, we'll do that. Okay. So, fertile gains +1 level to all research and food. Ooh, that sounds pretty darn good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure fertile is where I want to be focusing this first. Although, probably the Cosmite Research Center is something I should be considering as well. Let me just double check these again. So, fertile fungal, mountain air. Okay, so I do want to go down the mountain path at some point. But I still think I made the right call. To the Army of Misfit Toys. I bet I can actually clear out that that pest now. Although, again, these aren't exactly special. Oh no, here's what I'll do. We'll deal with these jokers. Here again, I just want to see the extent of what I'm dealing with before I declare a careless war. I also notice I can't actually see any of their units anymore. That or this is it. Okay, I definitely want to know how I fare against these guys. And they've also got static buildup. Okay. These guys will finish their unit in a turn. Oh yes, well, while I've been waiting, maybe I would like to take care of the pod smugglers at some point. Can I even get there in 4 turns? Yeah, not even remotely close. So we'll go to the Raspberry Marsh. What's it going to cost? 54 energy? Congratulations, you're now unified. Was this the Botanical Gardens? Yes, it was. Okay. If I could build... Wow, there's a lot of science on this map. If I could build a new base... It's a little aggressive in terms of placement, but I don't hate this location. Where are some other places I might want to go? this kind of steps on where I might be going with Bassadar. This may not be a terrible spot. Oh, that's even better. But why am I thinking about building colonizers when I need units? Okay, let's think again. So I think the original plan I had for these guys was one flanker, one guild assassin, and then I would fill it with an overseer and indentured. Or no, we're going to go in for enforcers. Does that make sense? Okay, so I bring in a couple of enforcers. I've got... So it's a... Okay. Got a melee focus. I'm fine with that. What do I do if they're... Oh, thank you very much for the follow. It's been a pleasure having you in chat, by the way. I think I said that before, but... Okay, so I'm... Bringing variety in the units is nice, because when I combine these guys together... Oh, actually, there's an easy thing I can do. I can put an indentured collar on these guys, and then I can get an overseer to make them ridiculous. And, of course, this is now where I regret not building my specialist training center so I could actually have the overseer. So let's knock these out. Let's say we'll get at least 2 and 4... Well... No, I have to have the overseer if I want to do that. So I will hold. I'll reserve my choice because we're also going to be getting a tank squad before too long. We've got nothing else we can do for now.
Production ready.
Running away, eh? Alright, let's do some fighting. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see some of the Essence stuff. I know I've not been very good at showing off too many of the new features of the DLC. I'm enjoying the campaign. It's just I know my choice of being friendly to the growth has meant that I don't get a chance to show you all the new abilities. So let's see if I can get my my Kirko priest to do some cool things. So normally I would have done Share the Pain, but I think he also... Ah, god damn it. So I kind of want to show off the energy drain, but... It's just sitting there waiting to be shot. Nah, let's try it. Shockingly, that 12% chance missed. I don't think I would have seen that coming. Alright, they're in deep trouble if they decide to hop on her, but let's try and give them other reasons to... Oh, can these guys go to the air? I think they can. Yeah, air leap, so I want to be careful. Now if I get in that close, I'm asking for trouble. Alright, I kind of hate that I'm giving them the initiative on this, but let's see how this turns out. Alright, yeah, unsurprisingly, they're taking out my sniper. Oh god, they're all going for it. Probably would have been smart for me to do the Share the Pain right away. Yeah, I really made a mess of this, didn't I?
Serves them right.
Okay, so as you'll notice, we've got essence charges. So unit gaze. Oh wow. Okay, so you get essence charges basically make you more powerful to begin with. Stick enhancements. All attacks made by this unit have an 8 strength chance to gain energy. Okay, we already know that. Essence restoration, heal, linked unit, and self for 20. This breaks the essence link. Target friendly biological, cyborg, or mineral unit. Both units are linked together with an essence link. While the link is active, both units gain 1 shield plus an additional 1 shield for each essence charge they have. Very cool. Yeah, neat. Okay. Oh, and then I bet that item here, link shard, target friendly biological. No. This is the essence link. Okay. But the fact I got smacked back means I can't do anything else. Well, I can do a snapshot, but... yeah, we'll do our best.
Enemy eliminated.
I'd like to do something to this guy, but I don't think I have a... they're at full health. This is going to be painful for them. Ugh. It's really not enough damage to make it worth. Okay, they get that every turn. Yeah, this was a dumb decision. I am gonna pay for that, but oh, you know what? This isn't worth the. Oh yes, no. Deploy sent. This is not a good time to do that. I'll just take my lumps for making a bad decision. Ah, okay. The Overwatch makes this a little harder. I wanted to try and show that essence link, but... that was probably not the smartest thing for me to do, because now they're looking at my sniper, but...
Good riddance. Our forces are victorious.
The remains of this transport contain a salvageable energy pod worth 53. Unfortunately, its destroyed systems reveal no data of the convoy's origin, destination, or what led to its destruction. Alright, so now knowing that basically the idea here is to go kill some people so that I can get some charges and use those charges to spread the wealth. So Essence Harvest we already have, don't we? Oh, right. This is the defensive mode. So I can do the infantry commander to... Well, I did say I was going to have a bunch of melee units that we brought in. So these two, I think I'd have to kick out one of the indentured at some point. One of the specialist units to turn all the melee units into indentured, but then that would suggest that I want to turn him into an infantry commander. Okay, so let's think about some ways that I can use this. It looks like I can only do... No, I can have multiple links. So I link this guy up, I send all my melee units in. Okay, I'm seeing some possibilities here. Although I think the psionics cancel out shields. No, they cancel all armor. Okay. I think I am going to give him infantry commander, and we'll leave the rest. Alright, so there's another sector that I hadn't accounted for.
Operations available for priming.
Echo protocols. Voidtech allows for the capability of creating limited echo copies of people that can perform actual tasks, increasing colony resource output. All colonies' food, energy, industry, and research slots produce +1 of their respective resource per colonist working on it. This, of course, gives me some more reasons to keep with the food slots.
Doctrine enacted. Production ready.
Okay. Wasn't this a unit I was building? No, this is my second building. It's a slightly higher priority, but not enough for me to rush. I thought we already had a military in... Oh no, that's right. You can build one for each. I think I will still focus on military, though. And again, we'll slightly realign the priorities.
Happiness event in colony. Happiness event in
I'm not used to getting those. I normally keep it on the auto. I'm just trying to think if there's an advantage to me messing around with this right now. We're actually not Right, this is my my home base, so we're not focusing that much on science. We're doing a lot of production. This one... Yeah, you know what? I'm okay with where we're at for these. Now, here's the more interesting question. I was moving this away from pod smugglers, but theoretically we can actually get this done. No, we can't, because it's 3 turns away. So the growth will be unhappy with us, but I'm just gonna have to live with their nasty looks. Alright, so they decided to come to me, and there's 3 of them now, so this one I'm genuinely curious about, because these were the ones that were inspired by the event that we ran into. So, Commander, Reaper Point, Christ almighty, these look really strong. Okay, this guy's got an arc weakness, but these guys... No, they all have arc weakness, but they're bad at psionics. Okay, no, we'll be able to handle them. I just do not want them to touch me at all, and we are going to be dropping every possible... Like, again, I want to try the Sentinel thing here, but I am going to drop every possible arc bomb on them. I think I'm okay letting the Commander take point on this one. I'll let my indentured kind of peek around the corner. That doesn't count as cover? Shame on you, game. This is such a lame place to leave him, though. I should check to see if they have area of effect. Point blank shot, Reaper shot, engage. Jump to a target hex and gain cloaked. Granting a 50% evasion against attacks. What? Oh my god. We're in trouble. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Alright. I definitely have some uses for these guys. I think I'm just going to keep them in the middle. And now, again, I don't want to be too enticing of a target over here. I'm going to keep them way off to the side, and hopefully they'll be able to jump in and cause some problems when I need them to. Oh, I didn't mean to make that speed up. Okay, so as much as I want to see what the Sentinel does, this screams for arc discharges. And I can't remember which one's the veteran. Okay. These guys are new, so if I lose them, it's not that big of a disaster. This isn't exactly the kind of move that I want to supercharge this guy on, but I figure it'll give him a bonus if these guys start looking at him funny. Okay, that would have been amazing if that worked. That's all. That's my only justification. I can be braver than that. Give him something to think about. This guy I want to keep covering. And yeah, that's a bunch of Overwatch, so again, cover. Let's see what they do. Wrong neighborhood! I am very glad they missed that. All right. So this guy is drowning in neurotoxin. It's a 50-50 chance. I want to take it though.
Enemy destroyed.
So I'm trying to free up the art guys to cause some great... Really? I'm not able to attack this guy? I was a little too cautious, apparently. Even the bolus, huh? Alright, well, game's telling me something, so... I am very nervous about what this guy's gonna do to my units. Alright. Reapers. What? I was gonna say on easy mode, I clearly do not need to fear the Reaper. Can my flank have its moment? Flank have a moment of glory? Apparently not. All right, hero will live up to his name. Oh, go to hell!
Enemy annihilated.
Won't it even?
Our forces are victorious.
Won't even give me the satisfaction of having a death animation. Hadel, are you alright? What in the 8 Gilded Dynasties were those things? Liquidators from the Second Era. These robots are merciless killing machines. We presume them lost to the dusts of time, but alas, it looks like the scourge of S-Tech is still lingering on this world. And let's make sure to be better prepared the next time we face them. Still, the question remains how they found us so quickly. Could it have something to do with this essence technology you've been using? Unfortunately, but we were never able to fully understand the nature of the RPR robots. But this is true that the harvest of essence can reap unexpected consequences. You may have already noticed the blight spread over Ombulus 5, turning much of its surface into batches of badlands and cold barrens. I suspect that this is a symptom of the planet slowly being drained of its essence. When I communed with the Aztec artifact, I could trace the essence through the unfolding land until I found a point of culmination where the ley lines converged, a crypt-like structure hidden somewhere below Ombulus 5's surface. Sadly, my inner eye could not unravel its location, leaving us with another mystery. Speaking of mysteries, our database lists a number of religious sects centering their faith on Obulus 5 during the Star Union days. I wouldn't be surprised if some of their holy relics turned out to be Aztec artifacts. Checking their cult sites could be a worthwhile endeavor.
Objective completed.
All right. I'll happily take the Staff of the Pontiff. I might change that out for my character. I've actually been pretty bad at re-equipping my units with these items. There's an Aztec crypt hidden on Obulus 5. This is precisely what Hadal Ezran has been looking for. You will need to learn its exact location. You can unlock more routes to completing this quest by exploring Obulus 5 and interacting with the present factions. Crypt sects of the Star Union. To uncover the location of the Heritor Crypt, you should visit the various cult sites on Obulus 5 and visit and search their archives. I'm curious if that's the same unit I was tracking before that had the Slave Master in it. Enter and visit the temple of the Celestian sect on Obulus 5, and find and enter the temple of the Cynumbra sect on Obulus 5. Search the chapel of Abyssal Edgelord and consumes a unit. Find and enter the temple of the Divine Investments of Faith on Obulus 5. Search the temple of Bling Jack 90k. Kelshang Haya wants to join me. And they've got the Fists of Fury. Okay, I think I know who's leading my melee units now. Psy-Tech Strike, Psy-Shift. Yeah, you're hired. Yeah, I think the thing that I'm more ashamed about is I probably have passed by far more of these funny names than I've actually recognized. Okay, so this is a different. So we know they've got 2 units running around with reasonable strength. Now, I mean, I don't necessarily need to panic too much because if the units aren't around to defend, I don't need to worry about them. The thing that's funny here is that, so these guys also get the essence charges, but what isn't clear to me is, oh, hang on, this unit can carry up to 2 essence charges when this unit kills another with an ability that doesn't spend essence. It consumes the corpse and gains 1 essence. Yeah, so this is the thing, is that it seems like the essence charges for this guy don't actually do anything on their own. Apparently I need some kind of a mod or something like that. That's not true, actually. The unstable decay. The thing that's weird is the unit destroys itself in an unstable burst and damages all adjacent units. I don't know why you need the 2 essence charges if you blow up on the with the ability. All right. I'll just annoy them by walking through their territory. Oh wait, but they get to attack me when I do that. Oops. Energy siphon successful. 117 energy stolen. Receives 3. Warlock is using... Perpetrator's identity is revealed. Our energy siphons function perfectly and have transmitted their energy to us. However, one siphon failed to self-destruct, and the enemy is now aware of our involvement in this theft. Well, that's life. This guy was still going to get the melee unit, although maybe I want to change that. I don't know. I'll stack the commanders for now. And see, the question is, do I want to kick this war off early and then just see if we can take the capital? Yeah, let's give it a shot. Also, I'm starting to get a little late for my time, so I'm going to try and push this out as far as I can. But I might have to finish the playthrough sooner rather than later. Okay, this is an essence pool. We don't need to worry about that. And we can't rush it. So yes, I'd like more units, but we'll wait for now. And apparently I forgot that I can do society research. I might need some replacement units, so I think I'm actually going to let these guys get built. And yes, they're already working on stuff I want them to. Although standard military infrastructure, we can do better. Okay, so let's imagine for a moment what an ideal army might look like. I think I'm probably going to want another... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I'm still building this. Okay. Suppose I can't go wrong with more indenture. Well, let's start with a guild assassin. We'll hit up another... I do actually want to put down another colonizer, because obviously having an edge in resources will give me an edge in terms of combat, but... Contract's broken. We need more essence to sustain ourselves. Contributions are hard to find. We signed a contract with willing volunteers, valuables for essence. They took our supplies, but refused to grant us essence. We must feed. We may be slow, but you are not. Hunt them. We trust you to make them keep their contract. So how close is that? Oh, God. They're close, but I still think I'm not actually going to be able to get this thing done on time. We'll decline it again. I want to get into trouble with these guys. Marlock Tenor, I'm very well aware of what you have done. Let it be known to all, Marlock Tenor is using covert ops. We abhor your actions. I'm not quite sure what this sign means. Consider yourself warned, next time I may not be so forgiving. Insulting another player costs 10, will grant the other player 3 against you. Marlock Tenor is insult. Yeah, bring it. You need to rethink this relation of ours, Marlock Tenor. Ha! You think your petty insults mean anything to me? If nothing else, it just gives me more reason to use that new devastating weapon I've been developing. Well, we don't have the tank yet, so I should probably...
Operations available for priming.
Fabricate CB sounds nice, but energy sounds even nicer, so we'll run with that.
Production ready.
Alright. They made what I wanted.
Production ready.
Yeah, we've got what we need here. I think we're just going to try this again. It's probably going to be near the end of the stream, but I think at this point we're just going to run to their home and see if we can. We're sensing that you did not complete the task. It is a shame that it had to come to this, but your efforts are no longer needed. Make sure not to disappoint us again. So they definitely have some better units than me now. But we have easy mode, so.
Observe. Even life on fertile plains is quick, clever, and relentless, or a stronger, more ruthless creature will claim their habitat and use them as prey. We must exploit even the comfortable open spaces with greater efficiency, or life will replace us. Dr. Ellen Shaw, Assembly Environmental Adaptation Research.
Alright, I think I'm going to do mountains next, just because that gives me some production bonuses. Although, you know, there may have been some other things in here that I should have taken a look at first. Also, let's take advantage of the fact that we're doing well with the growth. I'm going to make another unit. In this case, we're going to grab a couple soldier. I can afford one of each. Okay, well, we'll get a second soldier bee and a worker bee. And I now have an air force. Despite our attempts to grow on the warm towers, these autonom insist that we cannot grow our vines on them. They need only strengthen their cables. We must grow over the high spots to receive Sorinel's kiss. Destroy those that cut and clear away our vines. So we have 10 turns. I'm pretty sure we should be able to take out the autonom in that. But again, I want to start a war early on, so we'll focus on that first.
Operations primed and ready.
All right. So, more likely that they are going to... Yep, detected. Alright, well, screw you. That's reasonably strong compared to what I've got. Alright, we should be able to handle these guys, though, so we'll just park outside the base. This is why I should keep a unit in reserve, so that I can actually annex these sectors. So let's move the indentured up. Didn't actually think that they would be part of the war, but... Thank you very much, and thank you for the follow and the hanging out and all of that. It was a pleasure to have you in here. Please do give my thanks for the host. That was obviously very welcome, and I'll be sure to try and stop by when I can. I know you're not a representative for the other stream, but I'm going to assume that you hang out there regularly. All right. But I do notice there's a little bit of a drop-off in terms of the viewership. I don't know if that's because I wasn't as interactive with chat or that. But again, if there was something that I missed that you really wanted me to respond to, please let me know. It's not for lack of interest that I'm not responding. I just I didn't have as much to contribute. So, all right. So I've got a couple of gaps in terms of our lineup now. The hope will be that I get a few more melee units to go running around, but even if we're at sort of moderate strength... Oh, actually, this is good, because I'm going to be able to annex the sector on our way to their base. You can learn the game very intuitively when you check the difference in your resource income after every change that you made. Are you talking about, like, the upgrades, you mean? And just recently today you got the guy's stream. He's a pleasant dude. Oh, okay, cool. Well, you certainly, even though you're a new viewer to them, you certainly presented it well. This is one of the things I really like about some of the hosts in that is when people do come along, it just reflects really well on the person hosting. Obviously, certain streamers kind of attract
available for priming.
Certain types of viewers, and it's really nice when people come along on that sort of stuff because it's nice for me. Obviously, I like having more viewers than less, but it's also just really nice because it represents people well. Now, here's the trick. I said I could go through here to annex it, but this isn't necessarily the sector I want to annex. If anything, either the Shrine of the Smiling Dove, which I'm going to assume I have to fight for. Yeah. So shocking route. Well, I mean, I get the same... Yeah, I get the exact same benefits. But probably the Ruined Vault District would have been where I wanted to go. Alright, well, we'll leave it for one of the other units that spawn. Okay, gotcha.
With a Wraith Drive attached to a Psi-Tech cannon, it's time to take this battle past the enemy's doorstep and teleport directly into their living quarters. Weapons are much more persuasive up close and personal. Zentim Mim of House Peruk.
Oh yeah, no, there's no expectation. I mean, if somebody doesn't come back, I don't take it personally. I know my style is definitely not for everyone. But I do like, it's worth, credit where credit is due. It's when somebody's come into the chat and made it better, especially when I don't have as much that I can add to the discussions that are going on. And clearly, you guys got into a really in-depth and a really interesting discussion. That works great for me, so it's worth recognizing that when it happens, even if I don't ever get a chance to see you again on Twitch. Thank you very much for making it such an enjoyable stream, for being here. You really want to see me wield your tier 3? I'm so sorry. Obviously, it's going to take me a while to put it in as well. All right, let's just take a quick look here. Pulse beam cannon. Fire the pulse beam cannon at a target army and adjacent armies, inflicting 20% damage. God damn, that's that strikes me as a really... Hang on, if they've got a subjugator, that means they're already at... Yikes. Alright, screw it. We're going to do alternative measures, although I don't think when it comes time for the war, I don't think we're going to be there on time. I have a little bit of a dilemma as to whether or not I should take out the autonom or just get this party started. I'm inclined for the latter. Let's at least queue up the badass weapon. Is this the one for the badass weapon, or... Oh wait, I don't have the building for it yet, so... This is kind of like one of those Euro board games where it gives you, one action and 3 really good things that you can do, and just these excruciating choices. Check the stat block of the tier 3 compared to the tier 1. You can see its niche. Is that in the tech tree? Do you like the idea of a teleporting tank? I've got my indenture here somewhere. Although I guess the good news is that I have some energy, some arc against... Oh no, this still counts as biological. Oh, this is a hero. All right, this will be interesting. I'd love to do this event, but oh, surprise! So much for our stealth approach. Well, the good news is that their main army is going to be away from their capital while we sack it. So I guess we've spoiled the surprise. Live you know to all, Marlock, tenor trespassed in my domain. We abhor your actions. Consider yourself warned. Next time I may not be so forgiving. And all right, we're at the cap for insult. I mean, I'm not going to declare the war until I can actually move the units. But
production ready. Production ready.
Wait a minute. Sorry. Don't you know its special trait status effects? With a triple... I have no idea. Like, are you asking because you want to see what it does, or are you asking... Like, the thing is I can't build it yet, so I wanted to... they built a new location. That's fine. We'll still take the... Like, are you asking me because you think that I should know these before I build one, or are you asking because you want to know what they do? Okay, so clearly they're getting ready to reply. Oh, you're very curious. Okay, sure. I can bring that up. So Sci-Tech Cannon, fire the Sci-Tech Cannon at the target. This attack does not suffer from melee engagement penalties. Psionic bypass all armor, which I think is true for all armor affected by line of sight rules. When you're talking about the triple shot, I believe that's on the right-hand side. Then there's Sci-Tech Blast. Release Psionic Blast in a cone towards the target direction. High impact stagger. Psionic bypass all armor. Only affects ground units. Cooldown of 2. Range 7 hexes. It's the green one underneath repeating, I'm assuming. Activate Wraith Drive, teleport to the target location, dealing psionic damage to units adjacent to the target hex. Use the Wraith Tank. The Wraith Tank goes into defense mode after use. Oh, that's actually really helpful. I always thought I wound up at a disadvantage after the teleport. Psionic Resistance, I don't think that's surprising for the Syndicate. Stagger Resistant, Arc Weakness, and I think the rest of these are, well, some of these are because of my materials. I'm going to close this if that's okay. Let me know if you want me to bring it back. But okay, so I did want to have all my units come in, but I think the time has come. Can we get them? Yes, we can get them close enough, so. I suppose it was inevitable, but you should know that I am very much capable of holding my own. Alright. So these guys are probably going to get it in the throat. Right. Defender power 1290. That doesn't seem right, but I'm still gonna run with it. So the big thing I want to see here is whether or not these turrets are going to be a problem. So I just want to make sure that they don't have any surprise units kicking around the side. Alright, so I got to make sure that I don't let... Alright. What are the range on these things? So obviously I want to try and drop the arc attacks on the things that are weak to it. Jesus. Could have potentially just bitten off more than I can chew here, because this seems really strong. Ah yes, the shields. Alright, yeah, I've gotten myself into a bit of a pickle. But that'll just make it very fun. Just trying to see... Yeah, it's arc weakness everywhere. I keep forgetting I don't have the special operations. The tough call... Oh, God. I hate the fact that I'm clustering everybody up. But here, we'll focus fire these guys down. At least they've got static charge on them at the moment. I do want to bring my Air Force in. Yeah, we'll bring them along the side. I have a feeling these guys are going to get smacked out of the sky pretty easily. Yep. Well, I mean, I can't move him now, right? So... Go. Really? Alright, let's see what the damage is. So that broken mind is going to be a pain. Wow, they're really going after the hero. Okay,
Operations available.
Okay, so let's see. The whole idea behind this is to try and get my indenture to sort of this backbone against taking out these guys. Commander. Yeah, we'll do it.
Enemy eliminated.
Wow. Okay, that's a lucky crit.
Enemy destroyed.
I kind of want to heal, but I also kind of want to do... No, you know what? I'll do the cerebral override instead. It's just too much of an opportunity against that flying unit. Okay, now let's see what magic this guy gets to do. Okay, no special energy drain there, but it's 53% chance with my flanker. Or I can try and take out the aerial. Nah, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, that wasn't a good call. Alright. How can I make my worker bees annoying? I don't remember how the psionic... Do these guys count as mindless? I guess not. I don't know. Non-sapient unit? Well, I mean, at some point I'm going to have to get these guys involved in the fight, so... Probably not that way, though. Well, did something. And these guys are just back here to deliver the heals if they need. I didn't even use the operation.
Enemy destroyed.
I was really hoping that would take that guy out. Oh well. Yikes!
Our leader shall return.
I probably should have seen that coming, but I wanted to get the extra... I wanted to try and get the extra turn out of this guy.
Good riddance.
Alright, so... The real dilemma here... Like, I'm gonna have to seal the deal with this guy. You know what? I'm gonna hold off because he's gonna be able to eat them after, so... I'm gonna have to put my people in some somewhat reckless positions, but I want to try and go all in on delivering damage. Okay, so this should get him some extra health.
Serves them right.
Alright. So now what I want to be doing is delivering some healing where I can. Because presumably this is the end of the fight. If I can, I'm going to try and preserve my... I can try and preserve some of these points. Just for what will be the inevitable counterattack. Oh, then there's the open question. We don't actually know that this thing's over yet, because it's entirely possible that... Yeah, we're not close enough. It's also entirely possible that we need to take out the... What? Oh no, it hit this instead. I don't know if I need to take out the towers or not. Oof. Alright, we're now gonna have to deal with their... No, we're not. Really? Alright. I guess I'll take my lumps.
Unit destroyed.
Okay, we're down that for 3 turns.
Our forces are victorious.
So I'm not too upset with losing. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, of course, I should have paid attention to the resurgence. That's why blowing the thing up makes sense. If you win the battle, you get it back. Okay, that is very cool. Oh, hang on. This isn't theirs, so... Alright, so now the question is... I gotta make sure that I can actually get close enough. So the thing I want to try and do is protect my guys here. I just don't think that's gonna happen. Nah, you know what? We'll get in closer. What's up? This thing? No, I think that's the way that unit's supposed to work. Colony awaits its fate. You can absorb the colony into your empire, bring it under your control, contact the commander. No. Or we can raise it. Burn the colony to the ground. This renders various colony upgrades unusable and the colony itself uninhabitable until reconstructed. Now we'll absorb them. Let's just hope that we can hold it long enough. Right. I have a feeling you're probably not going to be able to join the war before it's over, but let's at least make an effort.
Production ready.
Okay, this means I can get some overseers in, but I can also get the Mirage. Not enough. I want at least one more overseer in, because I'm going to try and start putting these enforcers in chains.
Empire task completed.
Oh, we got a skirmisher. That's why that unit came there. Alright. So, I don't think there is much that I can... Oh, hang on.
Operations available for priming.
There's no point in spending all of my influence to... Yeah, we'll just, we'll live with what we've been given. And let's see what their best reply is. Presumably it's going to be to take out my commander. Nope, it's to defend. Cool. I'm going to assume this is going to be pulling teeth, but... Let's make sure everybody's close enough to get the job done. I mean, so I'm not exactly like overwhelmingly strong, but I like those odds.
Mountains aren't just a great place to hide a body. A strong wall in a canyon can hold a reservoir to turn a turbine. Canyon winds can likewise generate power. Alpine travel is quite scenic if you bring the right gear.
Alright, so let's think a little bit about... Oh, hang on. I think I wanted to do the colony infrastructure so that I can get the Cosmite, so that'll be a short one. We hunger, not for the meat of pigs, but for the essence they squander. Destroy their fleshy forms, break down their stalls, and scatter them upon the land. We will feed upon their remains. This will sate us, and we won't require other food sources for now. Again, my army is a little occupied. Nope, I'm gonna hold my position here. This should be a concern. Hey, GNR Slash. This game is wonderful. This is the Revelations DLC that's coming out tomorrow. The Essence is kind of the one more headliner kind of feature which I've been able to use here. It took me a little bit to understand aha. This will not be as easy as I thought. Still doing it. Yeah. This is actually going to be... Let's see. But yeah, Age of Wonders Planetfall is great. I kind of like, as I was saying before, I kind of think of it as sort of inverted XCOM, where the emphasis is more on the strategic layer, and you, and then you kind of do these tactical battles here. I'm going in against an enemy that sort of beats me in terms of power. But they're all, like, the majority of these units are ones that I sort of know that I can take down. What I might do actually is, I want to just double check what this Enforcer does, but what I might actually try and do is just move the army en masse and just sort of take them apart piece by piece here. So like basically move everybody over to the far right and take out this vehicle beforehand, and then sort of, because I mean obviously here too, if I can get them focused into a big fight in this area, then when we get our operations, we're going to be able to drop the arc attacks a little bit easier. So let's get ourselves into position. So these I'm going to move back for a little bit. Good news is that the Soldier Bee will get a much needed heal early on. This is going to be a little risky just because I am essentially giving them a flanking opportunity when all is said and done. See if I try and let the hero do something, then he's going to get caught by everyone else. Oh yeah, this enforcer or subjugator. Sci-tech heavy repeaters, so bad for basically everyone. Insufficient funds. You don't have enough energy. Oh, so all right. So these guys also have morale problems. And a chance to control. Aha. Okay, so I need to be careful about these guys because of the. They might be able to control some of my units. Okay. So again, I'm just going to try and move. I'm not even going to worry about cover at this point. I'm actually just going to move everyone onto this side of the map. And round 2 will be when we actually do the things we want to do. Essentially what I want to see is I want to see them react to the fact that I'm going to ignore their defensive position. Alright, have a good one. This is going to be the clowniest battle that you miss, so I don't think... I think now is a good time to go. This is good. Yeah, I mean, it's... So, the better question... in my opinion, GNR Slash, is have you ever played any of the other Age of Wonders games? Because that's actually a science fiction series. See, I want to set these guys up for a sniping role, but then they can get mind controlled, and then I'm very sad. Okay, well, at least set them up in the cover here. Suppose I can do my psi shift. Now we'll run them into position. We'll stick to the plan, try and get everybody focused in as close as we can. Dodge Viper GT, thank you very much for the subscription. I should probably making these guys turn to run. I should caution you, I'm actually going to be finishing up after this battle, but... Oh yeah, I should probably move this guy somewhere. Alright. Let's see whether or not this nonsense works.
Operations available.
Okay, so they're not budging, but that is actually to my advantage because now I get to do arc discharge. Oh, these guys are tough. But I get 5 more of those, so... And more importantly, I also get to set up with my own little group now. So obviously everybody can't set up an Overwatch, but we'll send in as many as I can. That won't work. I'm going to assume that I can't do anything too interesting with this setup. Not the soldier bee, come on. Again, I also got to be careful about this guy. Suppose I can set up an Overwatch over here, but... I'm going to wait for that assassin to get a little bit closer. I've always been a console gamer. Was soon PC though. Closest you've ever played to this movement-wise seems to be Fire Emblem. You know, XCOM is console too, but never played it. Yeah, so I mean, this actually does have a console version. I've not played it personally, and apparently it doesn't have cross-play. But I don't know. I've liked the Age of Wonders series before this. I thought the move to space was kind of interesting, but like so the thing that impressed me the most about it was the fact that it wasn't just game you like but now space. Like they have taken I don't want to say formula, but they've taken basically a setup that works very well, and they have given it they've kind of given it a layer of polish, which has made it really attractive in terms of like just little things like coming up with really inventive factions and being able to being able to tell this really weird and interesting science fiction story. All of that stuff's really working for me on this. So I kind of want to run this guy a little bit close. I'm pretty sure he's going to be a target for the sniper as soon as... But they can only do a snapshot, so we'll move in a little bit closer. This is my... Okay, yeah, so we're going to keep all my melee guys holding back in the background. Okay. Let's see how they respond this time around. Okay, so they're moving in for a shot. Alright, we got very lucky there, but... Okay, so it looks like they're making their move now. That was quite a bit more than I thought they were going to do. Okay, so this is what I wanted to have happen. Now we're going to be able to bring kind of the full force of the weapons that are designed to take that thing out on it. Oh, that's a really good point. GNR, like, obviously there's enough in the Mass Effect universe to sort of justify either a 4X or even like an armies based game. Okay, so we're gonna do what we normally do and deliver the arc discharge, because it does give me, well, I mean, these things are supposed to be weak to it, but it doesn't seem to do that much damage. So let's see what's going on here. Oh, right, because of their shields, probably. Alright. So clearly my preference is going to be for the... As much as I would like to take out the indentured, I want to make sure that the mechanical... mechanical enemies are dealt with first. Alright. Some of this is going to be costly. So this guy's going to get flanked to death. That was not a good call. I don't know what I was thinking. But be healed. Now you're in a slightly more defensible position. Can I really get away with this? Probably not. That is a lot of damage. Wow, I didn't think we were going to take that out. Okay, that's great. This gives me a few more options. So one of the things I'm going to try and do here is just focus down on one particular unit. Even if it means... well, some of them I can't reach. Alright. Now, I do have some hard decisions to make here. So essentially the main stuff I was worried about on this end, with maybe the exception of the RPR Liquidator, all of my main worries have sort of been dealt with. God, do I really want to do this? Doesn't do that much damage, and it puts me in a bad spot. I think I'd rather save him. I'll save him for a surprise. So this is one thing I want to worry about, and it's come at the cost that I still don't have a good answer for what I do about the Guild Assassin, and this is actually going to have some consequences soon. Ooh, but I might be able to do the bolas. Well, it's not against the target I want. It's better than nothing, but the big worry I have is that this guy's going to try and mind control. Nope, that was not the right call. We'll go for the heal. Although I'm pretty sure they're just going to get another shot on him, so that probably won't actually do that much. Alright, unfortunately, I've got absolutely nothing with this guy. So, I guess we'll go cover to cover and hope for the best. You just received really good news. Your flight will not cost you anything as your grandmother used your points. You should be able to ship your things with no problem now because you won't have to pay. That is absolutely fantastic news, Amanda. I'm so glad that you let me know that. I've never played Dragon Age GNR. Yeah, no. Both of those are very good off-topic topics. Please continue to share good news and things that you like on the stream. I am playing a little passively with this right now. Okay, let's just get this runner. Chances are we are going to start losing some units, and that's going to be a shame. But that is why one has a military. So we'll try and do sensible sacrifices. Okay, I'm really curious about the side. Ah, interesting. Damaging and impairing. Oh, God. This is really hard to pass up. So if I go in like this... Okay, no, I have to use it all in one go. Crap. I do just want to charge in and start wrecking these guys, though. The thing is, again, I'm worried about this guy doing a mind control. Although maybe I shouldn't be. You know what? Let's just give him some variety. I'm done. I'm done pretending to play it safe. I'm gonna regret this decision at some point. I know, but let's see how it goes. Nice. Okay, so this guy's a new priority target. Well, that's great, because this guy doesn't die this round. Yes, please continue to focus fire this target who will be healing. Alright, that's a little unlucky. Oh, but then they loaded up. Okay, I need to make this count, but... So this guy's going to do massive damage next round. I need to make sure that I make it count. Oh, that's right, because they were immobilized. I didn't have anything else I could do. All right, Dragon Age is one of these ones I have been considering. Wait a minute. I've been disabled. Okay, so that's... I've got a few options here. So I can take this hero. Oh, I'm just shy of what I needed. Okay, so I'm not in a position for fisticuffs. The best I can do is get in closer. This really isn't So what does this get me? High impact stagger units, reducing action points, canceling defensive modes. Yeah, see, the thing is that I'm a sitting duck after that, though, so... I'm just hoping they take that bait. Nice.
Serves them right.
Okay, that's a big win there. This is a high priority target. This is a fairly high level unit. So even if my melee guy is going to take a little damage, I'm willing to take the risk on it. I could do an essence link with this guy, but I'm not 100% sure. It's a tricky one. This guy, what's his weakness? So these guys are supposed to be healing. So I can do that, but it's going to expose them to danger. So am I willing to lose this unit, or do I want to try and recover them? Nope. First thing I want to do is deal with this Joker. That's not my guy. Important details. Okay, so basically all of their high quality units are gone. This is good. That's a pity. I really did want to heal these guys, but I'm not entirely convinced that's one worth saving. So I'm going to try and keep some distance if I can. May have actually made a little more sense for me to target the Overseer. No, this guy's already been done. Yeah, this is actually a bit of a dilemma. Okay, so let's do next units for... Okay, you'll defend. You've got nothing to do. Alright, so it really comes down to this guy, and I think in this case we'll bring him out, because I can keep him in the shadows forever, but at some point At some point I need to deliver. Oh yes, I forgot. So can't use the Sentinel anymore. Let's go for a cheap... Okay, that's not going to be enough to kill him, so in this case I want to do... Yeah, we'll maximize the damage. Not my bravest move, but... Okay, let's see what the fallout for last turn is. Again, the morale from not being paid is making all the difference here. All of these fumbles are what's saving me. If this unit survives this round, I am going to say some kind of a prayer.
Unit destroyed.
Man, he really, really hated that guy. So if we get through this with only losing one unit, that is a pretty good showing. Although my melee unit certainly taken in the chin.
Unit
yeah,
has
okay.
fallen.
I mean, a shame, but we're doing pretty well as far as taking out the bad guys are concerned. I really wanted to do that, but I think what I'm going to do here... So this is going to seem like a really weird move. This is specifically to take out the Enforcer. And what this is doing now is this is forcing this guy to look at my melee unit. Any action they take, they're going to get an Overwatch penalty on. So now the rest of my guys get to unleash the fury. I think I'm going to hold off on this for a minute. I might have some slightly better uses. Okay, so this guy's gonna do the hit because he gets healed off of that.
Enemy destroyed.
My bugs don't have much to do, so... The chance to hit isn't great, but if we get to take these guys out, that just means I get another unit for some kind of a reply. This guy's already been dealt with. I don't think we can read... Yeah. So I'm going to do two things. One thing I'm going to move up, and then number two, I'm going to finish him off.
Enemy eliminated.
So this means that these two guys are now available to do other actions. I think I will prioritize my... Oh, actually. So we can take a piece off the board. Is there... Yeah, that's the best move.
Enemy killed.
It's probably a little overkill for that particular character, but I want to see if I can get a flank. I can. They'll probably be hurt. I'm just trying to think my way through this. Yep, so I'm going to do this. It's not enough for the flank. Alright. And the rest of that's out of range, so... So I think this guy is all that's left, and then I get to use my operations. So if I want to inflict maximum damage, it's this guy. If I want to, no, we'll still flank him. And now I get to do the arc discharge again. Alright, now that's not enough to finish on that guy, but that's fine because he's pretty well covered. So This Overseer can probably do a oh, nope, already used. Ah, they both already used it. Alright. That's important information. So again, it's all of these misses are not just me getting lucky. The misses are coming from the fact that these units have low morale due to the fact that they're not being paid.
Enemy annihilated.
Now that, and once I knew that, that kind of changed the way I was doing it. Now again, this is not on a difficult level, so I suspect that the AI has not necessarily been making optimal choices as well. But it's not just like, this is not an uncommonly lucky battle. This is the fact that the opponent is like is out of money, and that causes their units to have penalties. All right, do I want to push my luck with this unit is the real question. Yes, I do. Sniper Guy and the Cool Eagle, thank you very much for the host. Were you playing? You must have been playing Age of Wonders, Planetfall. I'm just gonna warn you. After this battle is done, I'm probably finished, but that's fine because we'll just send the good times along to another streamer. I was gonna say another worthy streamer, but let's face it, I'm nothing of the sort. Hello, Joran the Cole. I have many things going for me. My green eyes and sexual charisma chief among them. Everything you've heard from Cool Eagle was probably understated. My best feature is probably my modesty, but I'm not going to be the one to say that. Otters hold hands, how you doing? Sniper Guy Gaming says, next time we need to get you in a massive multiplayer game. I'll lose, but I'd love to. You basically called me a god. I am the person that God calls when he has some homework problems. We can keep chaining raids to and grow to rival all other. Yeah, it's going to be a Katamari raid. I really wanted to do the suicide. I'm disappointed. I mean, I got a medal for humility once, but then they took it away because I wore it. I will be astonished if I actually get a chance to use this thing, but... You're off. Good luck taking over the world. You as well. So how are you guys... So actually, I think this is an important one too, because obviously I've seen a slice of Revelations, and particularly it's one that's more oriented around the campaign. I know the Cool Eagle and Sniper Guy Gaming, two wonderful streamers, by the way, who you should probably be checking out if you are interested in Age of Wonders Planetfall games. I also suspect that Cool Eagle will be playing Battletech Heavy Metal before too long. Sorry, I was going to say something and completely lost my train of thought. Because the suicide comment was really funny. Yes, I would actually really love...
Lost.
All right, that was probably to be expected.
Enemy annihilated. Our forces are victorious.
No, he'll be playing MechWarrior 5 instead. So what was I going to say? Yes, I'd actually really like to hear... I guess Sniper Guy is done for the evening, but the Cool Eagle... Let me just get these shout-outs out of the way. What are your guys' impressions of the new DLC? Because if you're playing multiplayer, you're probably not doing the campaign mode. Oh, probably did it too soon. Colony awaits its fate. Now, I would have thought that that would have been the end of these guys, but We hear your ingenuity and desire that your farmers share your irrigation technology. Our attempts to irrigate have less delicacy, and we feel the nutrients wash away as our roots are flooded. We will grow thankful if you keep us moist and nourished during misting sprinklers. You're doing the Tomb World start, and both as Heritors. All right. So I'm curious if there's a chance to play the Heritors as in the campaign, but all right. Marlock Tenor. Okay, first of all, let's just take a quick look. Is there anything I want to give him from my arsenal? No. Maybe the Pulse Sniper. So this is 13, 22. But I don't get the trio. I think I'm going to hold off on that. But let's give him some skills. So, Keen Sight's too expensive. We lost one of our infantry again. Actually, it was one of my elite infantry too. That makes me sad. Let's give him the range specialist. Alright, he can also move up. So, again, I have no idea what the Essence Harvest is really going to give this guy, but hero gains 1 shield for each Essence charge. That strikes me as particularly useful, so we will drop that one. And then I've got 3 more, so Shrouded Step, channeling their psionic powers, this unit teleports themselves, spreading a cloud of obscuring smoke in a 1 hex radius around the target hex's location. I can actually see several uses for this, so we'll set those up. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to do. So the Staff of the Pontiff, so this guy, psionic, bypass all armors, 9 damage, and this would be energy drain. Okay, so 20. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. That is pretty gross. What am I missing now? Did I say something really terrible?
Operations available for priming.
I'm getting at the end of 2 extra hours of streaming, so I may not be making the most sense right now. I'll do a quick debrief after, but oh god, I also need people to set up.
Production ready.
All right, so first thing, okay, let's get this ship back on track. So, first things first, I can either go for the extra science, but that will be volcanic and it'll make everybody sad. So I will go for the... This is actually a really tough call. Because this gives me the more, like, raw resources. This is the one that's got the abandoned quarry specialty. Okay, so my newfound colony. Yeah, I actually want to find some opportunities for this place to grow into its... well, I guess I can go south with it, though. Compromise. Although I didn't mean to go so deep in the territory. Is that really the last thing that I can do? So, I was under the impression that we just took out these guys. Maybe it's because they have like military units that they can still pull back with. Okay, so these guys need orders. Do I keep them all together or do I Yeah, we'll just sit pretty. Let's do a turn, and then I think we'll try and call it. I really thought that was going to be the end of that character. We demand Sonreal's essence to keep the symbiosis, Marlock Tenor. I accept. Okay, so I guess additional 5. Yeah, we'll still do it. Oh, right, that's the event that we went through. So we'll adjust the ordering a little bit. Now, this guy we were going to send, we need to replenish some of our units. I'm not entirely sure these are exactly the setups I was going for. So this is, oh, this is actually a replacement indentured. That's not a bad one. So we'll be at full strength for 1.
Production ready.
Right. We'll get you to replace the last melee guy that we wasted. The real thing that's freaking me out is where this other character is supposed to be. Oh, fun. We have no way of defending that. Get her! And okay, so we'll see if we can finish the job here.
Sector annexed.
I mean, maybe my militia would be able to take him out anyway, but we have the opportunity, so let's see if we can make it happen. They're just staying put, accepting their fate. Well, then we'll bring the whole army.
Those that refuse to accept my generous offer to allow me to take over their pathetic lives and have them branded as my own personal property using the destructive power of my pulse beam cannon. Raybas of House Sun to Row.
Okay, I am really, really glad that I got a chance to hear that quote. That was wonderful. Okay, let's get back on track. So, 10 turns to get my very own subjugator. And then that'll bring us on the path to the Zenith. Alternatively, we go for Augmented Force. Boost damage output by 25% for 2 turns, can only be used once. Then there is 15% harder to hit, gains the evasion defense mode, and an extra shield. No, you know what? Cerebral submission it is. Did I miss... You're doing the Tomb World Star at both his territories. That is pretty good. Yeah, so I was really curious what your impressions of the DLC were. But
breakthroughs in gravitic containment and inertial dampening systems intended to facilitate increased cosmite production prove to have serendipitous applications in mass transit systems across a variety of terrains, allowing for more efficient transport across colonies where this technology is deployed. Dr. Axenin, Chief Researcher, MagTech Inc.
I think one of the things I'm learning about this game is that I want to build everything, and the game specifically forces choices in terms of, you know, you get to do X or you get to do Y, but you don't get to do both. At least in this case, I was able to kind of get my my war goals with what I had on hand. Let's do the forest exploitation. It might take me a while to build, but it'll at least make my existing territories a little bit better. So far, neat. You're starting your doomsday deployment. Oh, are you gonna clobber him? Should I not reveal that? Alright, we want to get you in the army. Oh, so close. Alright, we'll be able to get into the group.
Production ready.
What are we looking at? Build growth and irrigation system. Do I want to do that right now? Yeah, I might as well. Alright. Oh, damn it. I only have 3 turns to take out those Autonaut. Yeah, I got a little too greedy on this. Hey! It's you! Okay. Presumably, this will be the end of Nyla Abaz. Oh, come on. This is actually going to be a tough one. But it gives me more opportunities to extend the stream and show you more Age of Wonders. Jesus Christ, it's almost 1. Okay, so one of the key things here is I want to make it as difficult as possible for this guy to reach. Oh wait, but he still has his Bone Crusher. I kind of want to stick these guys in these little areas here. Specifically because it's hard for melee units to get in there. Now the real dilemma is, what do I do with my flanking unit? I think I'm going to go kind of aggressive on them, because they can always use the bolas to disable the melee unit, which lets me deal with the... hang on, where'd that assembly unit go? Well, we'll find out in a minute, I suppose. Oh, they're hiding.
Operations ready.
Okay, so they've got an arc resist. I always keep, for some reason, thinking that their arc... that they have a weakness to arc, not resistance. Okay, so Overwatch 4 here. Now I gotta be careful about the ranges on this thing. In fact, I might just head back. Unless I think I can actually deliver the bolas, it's better for me to play it safe. I don't think this is actually the safest place for me. So, now the question is, oh, the Sentinel will be fun. Yeah, you know what? I want to see what this does. We'll send him off to the side just to see what goes on. So, it has a Pulse Lance, Heavy Pulse Cannon. You don't just walk into a Syndicate vault and help yourself with their most precious treasures. This is no marketplace. We've been assigned to infiltrate the most complex security in the known universe. Proximity quantum phase locks, Sci-Tech mind scramblers, and holographic portals are standard issue. The most terrible is the Syndicate Sentinel. It floats high with a full 360 degrees defensive overwatch, and it can phase into and out of locations with ease. Armed with a heavy pulse cannon and pulse lance, the Syndicate executes justice with impunity. Chemish Abaddon, RV6554F, escapades in stealth. So it's arc weak, psionic resistant. Superior over... Holy crap. But air-to-air is not as exciting. Massive impulse to stagger units. Demolisher, 200% additional damage to obstacle. Can destroy fortified obstacles. Ignores line of sight penalties. Cool. This will give him something to think about. I definitely don't like that guy. Jesus. All right. I was really hoping I'd get them for another round.
Enemy killed.
So I should at least get the flank off of this. Oh, you know what? The bolas would have made a lot more sense there. All right.
Enemy down.
So now I'm not so worried about these guys. I mean, I'll probably lose the militia, but whatever.
Unit lost.
Well done. I'm gonna guess that I'm not gonna get these. I'm not gonna get these tactical points back. In the like during my tune, but again, if we're just taking out the taking out the enemy hero, then
the Syndicate rules supreme.
who here has seen the movie The Usual Suspects? Oh wow, they're getting new units. Cool. So technically we don't have enough for that, but I was just thinking, like, this combat is in that opening scene. Kevin Pollak is like working on a car, and like I think I've actually said this on stream before too. Yes, this is actually useful information. So any tactical points that you spend when you're defending count against your offensive actions the next turn. It should be like one-on-one combat between the two generals, but we're the Syndicate. We don't have honor. We'll run between cover to cover. Anyways, yeah. So like he's working on the car, and you know he's kind of being brought in for a lineup, and when the police come in and say, you know, he's wanted for questioning, or like they want to bring him in for questioning, he reaches under the car, and basically all the police sort of rush in and tell him to drop the item, and it's just a rag to, like, you know, wipe off his face, and then he basically like turns to the like probably 10 officers or something like that, just looks at him and says, like, "Are you sure you brought enough guys?" That's what I think every time I do like a battle like this. I'm kind of curious to see if I can get any to see what the fancy staff does, but okay, I am going to need to make this quicker though. I mean, there's no reason this should be an extended battle. On the other hand, there's also no reason why I should lose any units. So if I do something stupid that makes me lose a unit, I'm going to be raging. I'm sure they have some like terrifying ability to destroy clustered units that I'm not aware of, but really do like these environments though. It's easy to overlook just because, you know, you're focusing on how you're gonna do terrible things to your enemies, but the all of the visuals for this game are really well done. Okay, so I don't want to throw my Overseer away needlessly. I'm keeping the Overseer around just so I can heal units when the time comes. Oh, really? Alright, fine. Yeah, my one regret, like, I love the main title music. Like, if I need, like, a bit of a pick-me-up at work, I will absolutely turn on... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even think of this. Not the bees! This is a melee character, I think. Oh, this is good. But yeah, anyways, so I really like the main theme from like the base game, and again, if I need to pick me up at work, I'll usually turn that on. So with the new DLC, the music has changed, and it's a fine song. Like I quite like it too. It's just I've gotten so used to hearing the original main theme that I'm a little...
Operations available.
Fun. All right. Who gets the honors? Can I even try? Yes, I can. I can unleash hell. It's not even remotely close enough to being enough. Okay. No line of sight. Really? On either of these? Fine. Just gonna punch something out of anger then. I want to try and save enough to focus down the leader, who's the real target. God damn it! Watch your fire.
Enemy annihilated.
Okay, so now we basically just get to drop everything on him. Well, that's a shame. Again, I'm trying to save the coup de grace for my main hero, but it may not work out that way. On one random unit. All right. I'm pretty sure this indentured's not going to be able to do anything. Oh! I can shut up. So as it turns out, I did not bring enough guys. That I actually there is, if anything, I should double this. This is one durable opponent. There is no way they're gonna get a shot. At this point, everybody's just getting in the way of each other. We'll at least get the flanker into an interesting spot. Okay, that's it for the units. And even then, this is still just going to be like a drop in the bucket.
Hero lost.
I mean, that's not the end of the world. I hate this so much. They'll be coming back.
Enemy commander down. The Syndicate rules supreme.
And where is that? Yeah, they came back. How is this possible? You lowly slaves should have bowed before my overseers. Polish the chairs of my subjugators. You can take my life, but you cannot take my nobility. We will never surrender to the plebs. Said anything about taking your life? Do you have hands to work like anybody else? Our community is small. We don't have the luxury to execute everyone we disagree with. I appreciate this new life we have to offer, or throw it away. It's up to you.
Objective completed.
Cool. All right. I wanted to at least get that done. It came at the cost of probably not being able to complete the autonom task for the growth.
Opponent has been defeated.
We are accepted by the Syndicate now that we have cleaned their clocks. But I think that's going to be it for tonight. So again, very special thank you to Paradox for tossing me a key. I'm really enjoying this new DLC. I already liked Age of Wonders Planetfall a lot. This is November 18th, or technically 19th now. Revelations will be coming out tomorrow. I don't know the exact time that it goes out, but if you want to know all the main features of it, you can either... The Steam page actually does a pretty good breakdown of the details. If you also go to the Age of Wonders Paradox wiki, that will also give you a few of the details. One of the things that I didn't get to show you, we were playing the new campaign, but there is the Tomb World environment. That's one of the things that came in, as well as for commander customization, you have a new secret technology. So the essence really comes down to, basically it gives you charges for special abilities. It's a fun little mechanic. You got to see a little bit of it going there, but the idea of kind of like blowing up. I never really got to show you me blowing up one of the zombie units. Because as long as I beat the battle, I get them back. So overall, though, it's a great little DLC. If you haven't, if you have the season pass, you'll be getting it already. If you have Age of Wonders Planetfall, the only thing that I can say is that the base campaign is pretty extensive. I haven't actually finished it yet. So the only reason I can say that if you're a fan of Planetfall, is the DLC worth it? In the end, that's always going to be a call for you. My only real regret is that I wish that I went through the campaign instead. But I've had a great time playing this. I hope you do too if you wind up picking it up. And I have no idea if the base game is going to go on sale in response to the DLC being released. But if you haven't picked it up, or if you're considering the game, again, I like to think of it as inverted XCOM, that there's the focus on the strategic layer and then you do tactical battles in between. Whereas XCOM, the main focus is on the tactical battles, and the strategic layer kind of gives you the support that you need to get those done. Tried to be a little bit more aggressive this time around. It seemed to work out, although obviously I'm not too good at the game yet. And again, thank you to everyone who hosted, everyone who shared the stream. I will be coming back with more Age of Wonders. Before I find somebody to host, I will try and make sure it's another Age of Wonders Planetfall stream. I'll just give you guys a quick idea of what's coming up in the next week. Tomorrow should be another Elder Scrolls episode. I do actually need to upload... Oh, crap. Yeah, I do need to upload it. There might be a small problem getting that done on time, but I'm going to try and do that for 7 or as close to 7 as I can. Wednesday, probably more Age of Wonders Planetfall, if I'm completely honest. I'm, like I said, I like this game a lot, so it's something that's easy for me to come back to. And then Friday, I'm not 100% sure what I'm broadcasting yet, but we'll figure that out. I always start at 7 Eastern Time. And if this is the end of our time together, I hope you had a good time, and we'll see you next time. Lemon Snow Cone, thank you very much. I hope you have a good night too. Sorry you don't get to hear the lovely music in the background, but I'm taking a minute to find somebody who's playing Age of Wonders Planetfall. And unfortunately, when you go out of the game, Is there really nobody else streaming Age of Wonders Planetfall right now? That is a shame. All right. Sorry, guys. This is it. Now I know why Cool Eagle hosted me. I was the best available. God. Who's... Nobody I know. Is there like a con going on or something like that? Nobody I know is streaming. I guess I'm streaming later than I normally do. Oh, but Kilgore Trout is streaming Ultima Underworld on the GOG.com site. So I'm sorry, guys, I do not have an Age of Wonders Planetfall stream to share with you tonight. I normally like hosting Kilgore rather than the GOG.com channel, but it is Kilgore Trout playing it. So I'm going to host GOG.com. And I would have rated you if there were like 20 others. I know, I'm just being a jerk. Cool Eagle. For those of you who haven't checked them out, Cool Eagle, Sniper Guy Gaming, Johnny Big Time, 3 wonderful streamers that I highly recommend you check out. Thank you very much, Dodge Viper GT. That means a lot. And thank you again for your subscription earlier. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. I had so much stuff I wanted to do tonight, and now I'm realizing I have like no time to do it. So have a good time with Kilgore. Tell him I sent you, and we will see you tomorrow in chat if you want Elder Scrolls, and Wednesday live if you want more Age of Wonders Planetfall. Have a great evening. See you next time.